Good day and good evening, and welcome to Palace of the Dead with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Last time, we left off on an interesting behemoth run, where I basically did everything wrong on my burst and somehow made it with like, I would say under a second before I would have died. Somehow. This time, we continue onward with, I believe, 1 steel and I think 2 strength in the pocket. I think we have 2 lost. I can't remember exactly what we had. But I do recall that we were down to 1 steel. This is mainly a problem because a lot of mobs on this next 10 floors are like... Well, I looked... Yannick helped me with a little bit of a guide, and I think like half or more of the mobs on the next 10 floors are like, you're gonna need steel for this. That is a slight exaggeration, but the fact that it is so prevalent is like, oh great! I don't have that, because I need that steel to fight the boss on floor 190. So hopefully we'll get there, but given that this is the first time I go past floor 180, it wouldn't surprise me if we just face plant really early. I've been, at least for the past few hours, I've been, you know that feeling when you have an exam? Like, oh no, it's probably going to go terribly. Oh no. That's kind of what it feels like. Not that there's that much at stake, like if we fail, then I guess we'll just go back to floor 1. That's just a shame. But that's the problem. There's also the part that for me to both look at the... the guide information, like which mobs are safe, which ones are not, and also be able to see the stream. Like, I have 3 monitors. Like, I feel like that's already a lot. But I can't both have the game OBS, you guys, and the guide open all at once without it becoming completely chaos. So, I am at the point where I'm like, maybe I'll just assume that OBS just works. And then just hope that that runs in the background. And then I'll just have the guide, and you guys, and the game. That's sort of where I'm getting at. Anyway, hey Zeros, hey Maki, hey Vavis, hey Sally, hey Rillian, hey Giraheen, hey Agent Monica, hey Kazurugun, hey Gazel, hey Vivi, hey Rust, hey Ardell, hey Yannick, hey Marcus, hey Smux. I hope you're all doing very well. Solution 4th monitor. See, the funny thing is that I thought I already had a lot. Hey Free Live, hope you're doing well as well. Have Ardell remotely watching the OBS. Hey Nom Nom Nom, hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, exactly, OBS. The problem is that, like, I usually have OBS on one side and the actual, like, stream studio on the other, so that I can see if something is wrong at multiple places. But I don't have it. I don't have enough monitor real estate for that. I'm glad to hear that, Nom Nom Nom. Let's hope that I don't just face plant immediately right at the start. See, the game plan is chest generation momenters early, open a lot of golds, and sweat later. That sounds like a plan. Let's hope that we find a lot of steel and strength. If you do fail, there are limited resets. Yeah. See, the sad part is, Giraheen, if you were allowed to fail and you could just try again from floor 181, I probably wouldn't be nearly as worried. Like, the sad part is, imagine, just think about it for a second. We start the run, and if at any moment we fail, and then, you know, I just try again from floor 1. Anyone that hops into the stream at that point will be like, "Ah, you failed? Ah, that sucks." Because, I mean, the subject of the stream is floor 181 and beyond, right? So if I'm not past that, then I either lied or I died. I get unlimited resets all the way from floor 1. Imagine, everyone, just imagine for a moment that you had an exam, like in school or like at whatever you want, and it took, I don't know, 24 hours. And if you fail, if you don't grade high enough, they just go try again, Labao. Another 24 hours. See, sound activated mobs are will completely ignore you if you're walking, as long as you don't run into them or walk into them, right? That's also how Aurum Vale works in the first room. Some of you might have heard of this or seen this. It is possible to skip the first room in Aurum Vale and just fight nothing. The problem is you have to walk through it in a very specific path. And you could just fail to do it, and if you get spotted, you're like, some part of the walk, I believe, is straight through the middle, so like, now you're fighting one or more mobs right in the middle of the room, and one of those mobs could be a toad. They just grab you towards them, and then you pull another pack, and now you're dead. Since it's 181 to 190, all mobs are gobs. I mean, that's what happened to me in a duo, as I told about that ages ago. Like, we got past 180, and then we, like, ran out of time due to, like, a party room and stuff, and unlucky traps and stuff. And we just barely got to, I think it was floor 188 or something like that. With like 2 minutes to spare, it's like, we're not going to finish, but hey, let's see what's on the next floor. And there were like a gun coming in from every side, and two of them had two of them. Does this set have a do not pull monster? Yes, it does. We could actually just take a quick look at it, right? We have this bad boy. This is always reassuring to read, isn't it? Worst thing you can fight. Fortunately, they're only on 4 floors. We also have things like these guys. They're slightly easier, as you can see. That there, they leave the possibility that you might have to fight them. You also have things like these guys. They have an enrage after 30 on that point, essentially. We also have these guys. Steel required. Fortunately, they're not on the first 4 floors, so yep, an enrage. So like after 30 seconds, they do this, which does this. So that's fun. But this is exactly the page that I want to be able to see while I'm going through, because then I can glance over and go, oh, that mob's easy, I could fight that. That mob's medium, maybe I should be careful with that. Like the medium mobs have this thing in common that you wanna kite them if you can. And then there's also mimics, which I guess you'd also kite if you can. Oh, 417 damage. And the hard ones are, like, generally they're either straight up avoid them or you need steel to do it. And then there's the Flood Dragon. I think it'd be possible for me to solo up to 60 from 1 with Summoner. In Palace of the Dead? Yes. It comes down to whether you're missing gear levels. Then it might be hard. But yeah, exactly, Ether Pool. But Summoner is solid. My first try at this, which was back in Endwalker, I got to floor 170 something with Summoner, and that was like first try. Like I had 99 Ether Pool, but that was the first try at soloing it. So yeah, Summoner's good. Okay, we also need this. So like that's also something that is important for me to be able to see. But yeah. Let's try it then. And then we'll see if I just die immediately. Oh dear, the challengers used their last Pomander. Oh, I actually have 3 strengths. Oh, I found a steel right out the gate. That's pretty good. Oh, the exit is there. Well, I'm going to need that steel then. Yep, Yannick also mentioned that, Mabis. That is true. Is it just not able to hit me? Never mind, it hit me there. Oh, they're going different paths. I should probably have reassembled that. Exactly, Babis. That is what I saw. Oh, 2 patrolling guys. I'm going to use a steel for these. That is the recommendation. I want to know how bad it is. In a position where I have a chance with the steel. So I know how bad it is without it later. I should have used that sustain earlier. I want to fight that guy. The awkward part with starting the first floor this close to the exit is that not that much motivation to explore the floor. And we can already leave. I should have used reassemble there. I'm a little confused as to why it runs after me like that. Runs over to me and then casts Blizzard. Also, we saw 0 treasure drops despite the fortune. I believe the Wamukamba over there is sound detection. So I can get that treasure without fighting it. Thank you, Agni. Oh. Mike, I think I messed that up. Not entirely, but kind of. I should be main targeting the sprite. What do I do about this? Respawns. Goofed the bind that I was so smart to use in the first place. Hey Bimo, hope you're doing well. Hey Jack, hope you're doing well. You better not be a mimic. I fought too hard for that to be a mimic. There's also a treasure that dropped over there. Oh, replacement affluence. Hey. Oh boy. What do we have? Ah yes, my favorite. Another replacement. Whoa. Hey man. What you doing? You good? Okay, that's not as big as I thought it would be. That is about as small as I thought it would be. I don't think I needed to sprint there. You're a chunky boy, you know that? You ate your greens. Or did you? You're a lion. Oh, this is a pretty good room. Ow. Why? Why? Why can this shoot a cannonball? Of all things. Why? Because yes. You know, one thing that I was worried about going into this was how in the last set of 10 floors, a huge problem I had repeatedly was that there was only, like, terrible mobs to fight. So, like, I had to, like, sneak around answers and then settle for fighting a monkey. Here, it's like there are the dangerous mobs here and there, but there's so many of the easy ones so far. Yeah, these Vaburas going away in like 2 floors, so let's see what I think about that at that point. I just remembered the reason why it's so tanky, or all the mobs are so tanky, is because I had damage down on this floor. Use strength to have more room on the bad part? That is a good point. I should have used that closer to the next pull. That was really stupid of me. That's sight. I'm waiting for drill. Nailed it! Yeah, I did see steel ran out. I did see it. But I just deemed that maybe it was fine with strength instead. It's not as fine. It's that easy. Well, I found the trap. Good thing I didn't step in that while fighting the sprite. This room is incredibly helpful, as you can see. It's my combat nest, which has now been polluted with a grenade. That is blocking the exit. But where is the exit? I tried to intercept its cast, and that was the one time it waited. That's so absurd. Absurdly mean is what it is. We are falling behind on time. Falling behind on time. Grenade, will you let me pass through? Excuse me, excuse me. Not there. There it is. Treasure. Give me that. Serenity. Hey Philippe, hope you're doing well. I think this is which floor would that be, Yannick? That you would use flight? I don't know if I should use Serenity. I have 3. Thoughts? Now or next? Well, we could just do it now. 1 debuff is fightable? Well, my concern is more fightable with steel, is it not? Like, how do I deal with that sprite now, Yannick? How do I deal with the sprite? In Gloom. Now I'm on a floor where I'm surrounded by bad things. Either Serenity or Steel. I have 3 Serenities and I have 2 Steels. I feel like that's all I need to know. What's happening with that chest, by the way? What do I do with a crawler? If I remember correctly, the worms are those kind of mobs that do, like, shenanigans at you. I found a steel. Guys, I found steel. I was just hoping that I could kite you up this staircase. Because I don't want to fight you near the worm. I think I'm dead. Yep. Like, I had just planned to kite it up here into this room, and that was the moment the crawler turned. The moment it turned was when it shouldn't turn. Like, I know, Babies. I was just like, look at the mobs I have to choose between. That was what I was thinking. I could have kited it with RP walk. I guess? Well, no more racing. That was a really stupid death as well. This floor sucks. Hey, Cat Damon. Hope you're doing well. I don't feel like I'm winning. I just realized now that they are they're hearing. So like, as you said, I could have maybe walked past across, but I'm pretty sure that the sound of combat also works for hearing or sound-based mobs. Ah, yes, the primordial bark. Bork. Ow. Combat is silent? Really? That is strange. I'm sure I've heard that combat also counts. But those are one of those like kinds of mechanics in the game where people sort of just like assume that they work like that and don't really bother testing sometimes. Agent Monica, I've tried one other time as summoner back in Endwalker, but I've never succeeded. Hey, Aliciano. Hope you're doing well. Whoops, didn't need to sustain there. Hey Ike, hope you're doing well. Treasure. Rage. And a positive floor for once. Hey! And the boys! What? That's a problem. A little bit. They're range based. Can I sneak past them? That makes things easier. Has a lot of stuff. Oh, okay. You see, the thing is, is that I want to see them do the things. Like, reading what they do is one thing, but seeing what they do is a lot easier to understand. Like, this guy hit me like once. Oink. Rage. Now the question is when I should use Rage. Ratings are no longer available, that is correct. I had one for each floor, but I mean, if it's spent, then it's spent. And it would be stupid to have one and then wipe, right? Like, oh yes, in case I make it to the next set, I'll have one. Wouldn't that be a stupid way to wipe? Dumb ways to wipe. Yep. Bro's coming back. Hey, bro. Oh, I don't know what to do about this. You say rage, I say okay. I don't think I'll actually get to smack very many things. This is going to get dicey. Take the gum that will look at me. That'll be that. Yeah, sure. Could you imagine if this floor had been knockback penalty? Start Altus? How about I'll walk this frog trap off. What do you mean with Altus? Is that the... Oh, another raging. Oh, right. Alteration. Thank you. I have a raging for... Oh, I missed. For each of the remaining 3 floors, if I can make it to the exit on this one. But the question is whether I want to do that. Because then I have no raging for the remaining 10 floors if we make it past Godfather. Thank you, Necrofits. So the logic with the alterations is that the mobs on these remaining floors suck so badly that it would actually be better to have a mimic, speaking of which. That's not good. I don't know why I decided to run forward and out instead of just back the way I came immediately. That there was incredibly risky. Flight. Would flight be a good idea? Can I sneak past that? I don't know. I feel like that wasn't safe enough. And now they're blocking both sides. What do I do now? The exit is right over there, so I could actually do the double raging thing. Or I could just run. There's a chimera that just decided to visit. I think this is a problem. Are you serious? What? Can I even disarm that with a... Ow. With a raging? Sight and rage. But the exit is right there. How many worms are there? Is it just one? I can't see it. It's there. And I think it's just the one. Are the flood dragons also proximity? Don't think they are. Do I just leave? Guess I do. I have maybe a slab or two left in this. Too late, Yannick. I can't make that. Sorry. I'm looking at the time. And worrying. I don't think I can make it. Didn't need to do that. I should wait a second, so it doesn't just slap me. The proximity, whoops, thing. I feel like they're spending a lot more time not doing voices, suddenly. Ow. What? How did it hit me from that far away? Is there another one on the other side of that wall? Weird. Don't... I guess it's that one. Ow. What do I do with that? Where is the exit? Can't find it. There's a lot of rooms left. Game? I feel like at some point in this set, it feels like somehow things are just more unresponsive suddenly. Don't think it's in... Oh, it's back there. What are you? Sure. And there's a flood dragon in there. Of course. If you could say that is true, I used can sneak behind it, but the flood dragon is right there. It's looking that way. It's looking that way. This could work. Now the flood dragon just has to not look at me. I'm not sure what I do if it looks at me. I think the answer is you die. I mean, the answer is I would use Rage. I also have completely forgotten to use Alteration on these floors, so amazing for me on that, right? Kill what you can and dip. Yeah, the problem is I feel like I'm stuck in a position where I can't kill anything. The worm is there, so I can't run back. What do I do? How? I don't know what to do. Oh boy. I think the best I can try here is try and get rid of one before the next one reaches me. Alternatively, hope it patrols a different path. Don't have tactician for another one, and I don't really have much in cooldowns. Wait for a Garm? Do you think I have time for that? And don't you think I need more than that? That was not enough. That was not enough. What do I do now? And steel is down, exactly. That's why I'm not just grabbing the claw. Could gamble a witching? On what? And I don't think I can kill anything in the time of a witching. Like a single mob? Just on this guy? Is that what you mean? Oh, well, I could try it. That was enough to exit. Ow. So hold Lust until it starts using Sap, then do it 3 times, like wait until it's done it thrice. Or well, spam it while it does it thrice, and then just cancel if you're not finished. It's too bad. And the first spot should be there. I forgot that I had to shoot that guy. I was too focused on the other thing. I forgot to use sustain. You were supposed to sap a 3rd time. What's happening? Why did it go that far? I can't make it. I'm not gonna make it. It didn't. It did it because of an auto attack. Now I can't do it. An auto attack. And I was fine. Now it's not possible anymore. I have steel, but I don't have strength, and it'll take more than 7 minutes. That's really annoying, because I feel like I had it. And then I just forgot about auto attacks. That looks like it's there. But let's see if it's there. Alright. No more lost anyway. I'm going to try and push it a bit. Ah, yes, the auto crit. Oh, that was actually a terrible idea. Or maybe not? I hope that's close enough. The reason why it frustrated me so much that I basically gave up on the spot when I failed the first try, was because I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it. It was the same as with Behemoth. Stonium says, ironically, you would have had enough time if you hadn't spent so long talking about how you didn't have enough time. See, the thing is, Stonium, if you checked the duty timer versus my damage, like my steel would have ran out like 10 seconds later, and then it would have been killed immediately. Even though it was 5%, that would have been 5 very long percent. So I don't think that would have been enough, but I did think the same thing, that maybe it could have worked. Like, depending on what the boss decides to do at that very moment, maybe it would have worked. So yeah, ironically, it could have worked. But the reason why it frustrated me so was because I expected that. Like, I saw that pattern. Godfather doesn't seem too bad besides the outsource. Yeah, the thing is, the scary thing is the Scalding Scolding, which is like the extra cleaves he does. But yeah, you know what? Considering how incredibly badly the Behemoth try went. And yeah, exactly, Yannick. Which means, how long is a steel? How long is a strength? Are they 8 minutes? Eight minutes. Right. But yeah, if I had... I would say if I had just had a strength at all for that second try, like, forget the vulnerability from Lust. If I just had an extra strength, I think I would have made it. But I didn't. Oh well. Also, you had rest sickness? Even better. But yeah, back to the mines. Nay, Perrin. Yeah, we're not ending the stream because of that, just for the record. We're just going back in there. Quick back to 1, yep. Yeah, that's the classic. That's the classic. Does a timeout count the same as a wipe? I believe so. Says party KO 1. Pain, suffering, agony even. Torment, some might say. Yeah. Great thing about machines is speedrunning from 1 is hella fast. Yeah, that's a good point, is that it's really easy to rush all the way, or a large part of the way. And I just also want to add one more thing, because when I did this for the first time all the way to floor 200 with a party a few months ago, I specifically noted the Godfather as like, the thing is, Behemoth with 4 players is cake. Like, the only thing might be, you know, think about where you're standing so you don't, like, bait the Charybdis in a bad spot. But aside from that, Behemoth is easy with 4 players. The Godfather is still one where, like, if you don't do it, then you just, out of nowhere, bam, dead. So we've rushed through the floors, and we got to floor 190, and I was like, alright guys, let's talk about the tactics of this boss. Like, the whole run, we just kinda winged it. But on the Godfather, we made a strong point of talking about it. So I knew it was dangerous. And the only thing that went wrong is I don't actually play ranged physical that much, so the fact that I forgot about an auto attack is not surprising. Because I feel like the hard part about doing all 200 floors in the party of 4 is getting 3 other people to do it with you. That depends on who you are, actually. And, like, how many people you normally play with. Like, I'm pretty sure that if I planned it in advance, like, thought about what day we'd do it on, I would be able to get a group of 4 together for 200 floors, no problem. But, like, a case in point, we did that. But it is a lot easier than doing it solo. And yeah, exactly, Stonium. Like, another thing that is helpful, like, if you think about it for a moment, it would also be a lot better if I get to floor 190 without having to basically stop. I think, like just off the top of my head, I can probably count like 5 times throughout these 10 floors where I basically went line and just looked at the camera, right? Like, people that know better, tell me what to do. Because I don't know. And if I had been actually solo, like off stream, I would have just gone, well, and wiped. Also that, Ursul, that was also kind of the reason why I led with it depends on who you are. Because I will say, I'm not saying it as in I'm that good. I'm saying it as I'm that lucky that I would be able to get a group of 4 together relatively easily. I would say, like a year ago, maybe a year and a half at this point, it would not have been possible to do for me, aside from saying, I have exactly 3 friends that would like to join me. If we can make our schedules match, we can make it work. Now, I'm pretty sure that I could make it work, like, just being reasonable with the date. But yeah, speaking of making those kinds of groups, I'm sure Aradil, that is Gilano in the chat, has already advertised it, but there is a Discord server for this channel, and there is a looking for group room there, and you can make an LFG for basically anything in the game. I believe, yes, Yannick just Sunday last week just like advertised a group there. I don't know how many from the community joined, but that would also be a way that you could regularly run with a group of like 3 other players, and while they might not be your friends, at least not yet, I could vouch that the vast majority of community members are relatively good players. They might not be masters of Palace of the Dead, but like me, could probably make it pretty high on the floors just based on like general game knowledge. Is the Discord all EU? Nope. There is a role assignments room where you can just indicate where you're from. And there are people from all the regions. And when I say all 4 regions, of course, I mean all the 4 regions in the game. Although, of course, I think there is a slightly higher concentration of people in EU planning stuff. Because they have I think, like, a better indication of how many people there are. Because, like, they see how many show up in the streams. Whereas the NA people, like, I don't know. I know that there are like cross-world link shells in OCE, Light, and like Material, Light, and Chaos. I don't know if there's anything over in NA, like for this specific community. But if there are, that is of course also a way to get in contact with people. But the point is, they're friendly people. Parents says, my friend had to bother myself and 2 of our other friends for like a month or 2 to get us to do Eureka Authors with him. You know, when Eureka Authors came out, like right around then, I believe we had 2 Sunday streams in like reasonably close to each other, where I grabbed 3 friends, Sip among them. I believe. And went into Eureka Authors. If I remember correctly, we didn't get, like, we got past floor 40, but not much further than that. And there is a video on this channel somewhere showing how the floor 40 went. Which did in fact involve one lone warrior in a pink outfit being the only one left alive after Twister. Because of a race. I think we ended our Eureka Authors extravaganza on a wipe. Thank you, Erdil. That's the one. And for the record, I've never fought Twintania synced. Right. Anyway. Back to the office. And yeah, exactly, Bokaj. That is exactly also the reason why when people say, yeah, well, my problem in finding a group for Palace of the Dead is that I can't find people to play with, then I say, well, there is a Discord server where I know people are friendly. I can't guarantee that they want to play at the times you want to play, but I know they're friendly, and if they're not, well, they'll have me to contend with. After the Savage streams are finished, maybe an Ultimate stream? Maybe. Maybe. It is something we've talked about a bit. But it probably will not be on the stream where we finish M4S. There we'll probably just do something easy. Hey, a trap! Bang! The bees? That's okay. In fact, as you probably noticed at some points, I was hoping someone would tell me what to do, because I had no idea. So, don't worry. Tutor's rewritten day 1 blind. Aviac, hope you're doing well. And 8-bits, hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, I don't mind. Like, sometimes if people start, wow. Well, yeah, get all the traps out of the way. For the most part, I don't mind when people, like, give their suggestions or even outright backseat. For the most part, I don't see it too often unless I'm doing something extremely weird or I'm actively making a mistake. So usually it's, like, it's not something that I think is necessarily a problem. If I see backseating, if I need to win, like if I want to win, then having people go, no, don't do that, when I'm doing something that is clearly a mistake, it's not a bad idea. And at the same time, if I'm doing something really wacky, people backseating and saying, don't do that, do this thing instead, is also a clear indication to me that what I'm doing might require an explanation. And yeah, I know that, Mabiz, but I feel like I sort of invited the backseating when I start asking what I should do. Yeah, also that, Cat. Some people ask why I do something when it's extra safe. Sometimes, like, the thing is, if you backseat, I don't get mad at you, but sometimes I might snap back. Because it can, like, of course, it can get to me a little bit. And if you can take that, then, like, go for it. I'm not going to tell you that you're not allowed to backseat. I'm just saying that I might sometimes respond in kind. Hey, Jack, we wiped to Godfather. I forgot that auto attacks push the orange bomb as well. So I failed. And when I tried on the run back with my racing, like saving me, I ran out of time at 5%. Not that it would have changed much, because like my steel was running out. So like I would probably have died anyway. Exactly, Bocage. Like, that's exactly it. The main reason I would get a little snappy is usually if it's like the third or the fourth person like calling out the same thing and it's not a mistake. Or sometimes if they say it in a you know, an accusatory fashion. But I don't mind learning. Hey, Gleaming. Hope you're doing well. McDonald's? I'll see if we can find one on the way. I'm glad to hear that, Cosmic Melon. And I hope you're having a good time with all that learning. Can we get an Archon burger? Are you sure you want an Archon burger, Ridley? What would... Hi. They call me... They call me Rumlemarie. That is, I believe, the name of a Danish bomb defusal robot. Which basically means Rumbling Mary. That is a good point, Yannick. Do you have a suggestion of what I should do differently about that? What's wrong with an Archon burger? Do you know what an Archon loaf is, Ridleyan? In Humor, they have McDonald's. It serves Happy Meals. I'll say Cranberry. Hope you're doing well. A and W? Fair enough, Yannick. That is a good idea. I have considered, when I get to the floors where I have to kite a lot, maybe switching to legacy controls, because that makes it a little easier to kite. Because you can just hold S. But then I often end up not, like, doing anything about it, because, the fact, like, you see how crazy I get with my camera movement. The classic move that I do with legacy controls is that I often, like, right now I'm... Oh, nice. That's pretty funny. Often I'll, like, run through a place while using left click to, like, look around corners and stuff like that. If you're on legacy controls, what happens is this instead. And then you just, like, turn into a wall. And that happens reliably for me. Like, it's so deeply ingrained in me to do this that I'll always do it. Because basically on legacy controls, left click, camera turn. On standard controls is basically... I didn't even see there was an extra treasure there. It's basically the same as right click. So it messes with me. Oh yeah, that's also a good point, Wabis. If they're, like, the thing is, standard controls, the biggest advantage to standard controls is the insane amount of control you get over what way you're facing. Which in most content, frankly, in most content is like whatever. Right? Like, it's a... How often does that matter? But in Palace of the Dead, it kind of does matter. Thank you, Ardell. Oh, wow. There's a lot of mobs in here. Mattered once in E7S. It might also matter in various casual content with gaze mechanics. And yeah, exactly, Pubomet. That's ultimately where my choice to play standard also originates from. Is that, as some of you know, grab your bingo cards, everyone. I've played WoW far longer than I've played Final Fantasy XIV. And WoW basically just has standard controls. Like, there isn't the option to choose legacy controls. There is standard. That's it. There they just call it controls. Bruh. See, says question, how does it matter so much? I always get confused when people say about the auto turn just because I never notice it. On standard, I would say it's a lot more noticeable. On legacy, it's mainly noticeable because if you get turned, like if you're standing still and you have to stand still, right? You have to stand still for some reason. You have to. Then you can't turn again. If you start facing something. Not easily. There are ways. But with legacy controls, it's difficult. On standard, you just hold right click and turn. So it can be annoying. The key difference is that with legacy controls, if you hold S, right, so you're just running towards your camera, essentially, and you spam attacks, then your character will look at the enemy for basically 1 frame and then continue running away. On standard controls, if you're like running sideways like this, you will actually like flip turn, and because your movement direction is relative to your character's facing, if you don't do anything to realign your character, you will get really wacky. The way that I work around this is in dungeons, for instance. Like an example is if I'm like pulling mobs with Tomahawk while running past. Like I'll do something like this. And because I'm jumping mid-air every action, it means that even if my character turns in the air, I have the time until I touch the ground before I have to have made sure my character has turned back. But if you're actively kiting, the fact that each jump locks your movement path can be a problem. So you have like a look away with a Pyretic on Legacy, you can't just spin the character. Exactly, that kind of problem. Although you could just like take a teensy tiny baby step. And then just take the hit. So it depends on how bad it is. Like if you had, hypothetically, like a debuff that said if you move at all, you die, then you wouldn't be able to turn safely. And exactly the kind of suggestion Yannick said is if you do exactly that, you would move for a fraction of a second if you don't do it perfectly. Like you have to press all 3 buttons exactly at the same time, otherwise your cast will cancel, for instance. Like the key here that I've used is, this is like one of the wackiest optimization tricks you can use. By the way, never mind. The weirdest trick that I've used as an example of why standard can have quote-unquote an advantage is if you're a caster, if you're inside the targeting reticle of a mob, then you can actually turn away, so you're looking away from the mob without cancelling your cast. But I don't think there are any encounters where that matters. Like that's the real issue here, is that I don't think there's actually an encounter where you need that. And if you do, then you can do the setup Yannick suggested. Like you use Swift Cast or something to like run up to the boss, and then as you start the cast, you set up the hold S and both mouse buttons so you can turn, and then you start your cast. So like if you know that it's coming, then you can do the setup. Like the only other time where it matters that standard can do it more easily without like premeditating it is if it's something that comes unexpectedly, which would probably only be the case in casual content. Cosmic Melon says it sounds more like a keyboard and mouse issue versus a controller one. Then again, well, the key here, Cosmic Melon, is if you're playing on a controller, then standard controls is basically unusable. Because on a controller, standard controls amount to tank controls, which means that you're turning like this. Which is, not good. Not good. Not good. So you don't want to do that. Which means that, like, on controller, it is generally agreed that the answer is legacy or bust. There isn't really an alternative, because the alternative is that bad. On mouse and keyboard, the weaknesses of standard controls can be overcome. Similarly, any potential weaknesses of legacy controls can also be overcome. Because the way that you overcome the weaknesses of standard controls on mouse and keyboard is that because you can control the camera with your mouse, you can do that turn as fast as it needs to be. And standard plus control is mandatory in playing tanks. Oh, that would be something else, wouldn't it? Exactly, Perrin. And that's also kind of the point that I'm trying to get across. Like, I think like a year ago or something, I made a video comparing different, like, control schemes. And yeah, okay, I wiped to The Godfather on floor 190. In that video where I did that comparison, the main reason why I spent a lot of effort defending standard controls is because a funny thing you'll notice is that the players that use standard controls are usually just playing standard controls and are happy with it. And just enjoying their standard controls, unless like they're specifically asked about it. Whereas legacy control users, there's a lot among them that will outright rage that you're basically trolling because you're not using the optimal control scheme, which in that context is of course in like meant as you're not using the optimal control scheme in parentheses, which is legacy. So like that's the reason why I usually go a little further in defending standard controls, because standard control users tend to be more like, it's just the way I like it. Whereas there's a lot of people on legacy controls that'll be a lot more pushy about it. Exactly, Sally. There is a reason. Also, thank you, Erdel. There is a reason why legacy control players, not all of them, again, it's like a subset of a subset. But the reason why some of these players can get so heated about it is because what would be the opposite of survivorship bias? What would be the opposite of survivorship bias? Some of you might already get where I'm going with this. Basically, it is an uncommon occurrence that you'll see players in harder content, extremes, savage, whatnot, fail a mechanic where they have to reposition somewhere because they're backpedaling. You can technically backpedal. That is possible on legacy controls. It is possible to backpedal on legacy controls. That is true. But it is extremely difficult to do. Like, you have to, like, you can only backpedal sideways, like at an angle, like this. Like, this is possible. This is not. So it is basically a clear sign that the person is playing on standard controls if they're backpedaling at all for any reason. Legacy controls means that if you just stand like this and then you press the button that makes you go towards the camera, your character will turn and run towards the camera. That's legacy controls. The reason why I asked about the opposite of survivorship bias is because the players that play standard but are never questioned are the ones that don't play badly, so no one questions it. Which means that those legacy players that are like, "Grr, why are you playing with the inferior control scheme?" Grr, they're doing that because every time they've spotted someone play with standard controls, it's because it has been a bad player playing standard controls without playing around its weaknesses. With one of the key weaknesses being that sometimes you'll have to run sideways if you're meant to go in a certain path, rather than, you know, backpedal. I play on a DDR mat. Hard mode. It's the same as players saying that all clickers are bad. Which is also a subject that comes up in that video that Ardell found for me. I will say it is harder to defend clicker, like the clicker style, because there, I would say that splitting the workload between your mouse and keyboard a little bit better by using not exclusively keybinds. Like, I'm not saying you have to go full on keybind mode, but, you know, splitting the work a little bit is advantageous. And I would also say that there's probably a higher peak of how efficient you can get by making use of your keyboard more. But that is not to say that you can't complete all content in Final Fantasy XIV as a clicker. And yes, FFXIV, we wiped to the Godfather on floor 190. I goofed the orange bomb with an auto attack and I couldn't recover it. And on the run back, I wiped on 5% due to time running out. And you might say, well, if you had 30 more seconds, but actually my steel would have ran out like 10 seconds later. So it wouldn't have worked. But yeah, my point is, the reason why people dunk so hard on clickers is the same reason, the same kinds of reasoning that people dunk on standard controls. It's because every clicker you meet that is good at the game, you will never question. You will never notice that they're a clicker. You will never know. Whereas every time there is a bad one, like that they play particularly poorly for whatever reason, you start asking them questions about how they play, and then maybe you can I review your footage or something? We can see what the problem is, or maybe it just comes up in conversation, and you'll go, "Oh, you're a clicker." And then that's how it goes. It's like, oh, maybe the reason why you're bad is because you're clicking, because that's not what I do, and I'm a good player. Blah, 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 so on. It's the same idea. But, just to give an example, in the first season of Crystalline Conflict, I was, playing matches almost every day to reach Crystal as a red mage one-trick in the first season. The first season was also a lot easier because, there were a lot of checkpoints, you could say. Points where you couldn't fall back down once you had reached them. They've since removed those. Ow. There was this white mage that I would regularly like end up in matches with or against. Like, he was so good that I recognized the name. I was like, oh man, I'm on team with the big white mage. Nice. And then the next round I'm against him. Oh no. And then I discovered through PvP Revival, which is like a Discord community, that he streamed. And he was a clicker. And I didn't notice. Like, that was not obvious at all. So like that is an example of what I mean by it will be noticed if you're bad at it. But if you're good at it, then no one will ever question it. And also, okay, as others suggested, the thing that most people do is that, like, they rebind things around their movement keys. So, like, things are not that far away. The only reason why I can do this is because, as my mom used to say, I have piano fingers. And I have an MMO mouse, which I use to reach the second half of my hotbar. Like, you can actually see on Machinist specifically, 6 is not bound, but from 7 and onward, I use my mouse. Like, I click on my mouse instead of my keyboard for those. Like, I use modifiers on my keyboard for the 2 other bars, but the specific the specific number and things on the hotbar, I don't press that on the keyboard. And 6 is the one that is the furthest away that I reach with my keyboard. Yeah, exactly, Bits. But why did you delete that? You can send it again, Bits. Sorry about that. If you can, send it again. Just repeating. Bits, it was an accident. We didn't mean to delete your message. But yeah, as Bits was about to say, and then we had the misclick said, how do you manage to click all abilities and target in PvP? That's astonishing. I believe, my guess is that they probably had a lot more keyboard real estate to target things. Although I don't know what else you would use other than tap. Like, what else would you need? And also, hey, Emily and Glaive. Hope you're doing well. And for those curious, the way I play the game is, like, sometimes it can get a little, like, weird for people when they're like, why would I move all of my keybinds to the keyboard? Because I also need my fingers to click movement buttons. And on the other hand, you have the argument of, but how would I click everything with my mouse? I need my mouse to control the camera. And the trick is, if you share the burden a little bit, then you can put the burden on the part, like on the hand that needs it the more. Are you there, Bits? We can see your messages. It's just that your message about The reason why I could say your message anyway, Bits, is because I can click a button. And then I can see your message anyway. But yeah, like the way that I play is that I have Q, W, E, A, S, D all bound to movement directions. And sometimes I'll keyboard turn, like this. If it happens to be more convenient because my mouse needs to do something else than use the control the camera. Which also means that that by using both hands somewhat equally, it becomes much less of an issue that there's a lot of load on one side, because you can just like move between them as you need. Which also means that I will both tap target and left click an enemy in the same fight. Like, some of you have seen that whenever I go into frontline, I'll basically I'll change to a different HUD layout, and I will change to I will lock my map on the screen somewhere, and I'll change how tap targeting works and things like that, because it happens to be better for me in PvP. I also have a keybind specifically to target the thing that's closest to me, because that's really, really helpful in PvP. Say, Chris, hope you're doing well. And indeed, Chris, there are some players that basically go two hands on the keyboard. And that's also a way to do it. I would actually like to see just one time, just once, a case where there's someone who's like, they might not be playing super optimally, right? Like they're making some mistakes in a savage duty, whatever, I don't know. And someone is like, we could review your gameplay or something, like talk about that. And then the person is like two-handing the keyboard. Like, mouse is not involved at all. Like, the guy's like expecting, oh, he's probably a clicker, and then he's like exactly the opposite of a clicker. like so far off in the opposite direction that the mouse isn't even involved. Like, what do you say to that? Jose Zarian, hope you're doing well. And yeah, keybinding a button for target closest enemy is not a bad... Did that mob... That mob dropped a mimic. We have mimic payloads on the mobs, guys. Oh, I think we actually had that at some point in the previous run. Like, not on this stream, but in the previous set. Okay. I think we had one floor, a single floor, where there was a mimic next to a bomb, I think? No, wait. That would have been a silver chest. I think I opened a silver chest by accident, and it happened to be a bomb. And right next to it was a mimic. And later on the same floor, there was a mimic that was dropped by a mob. And the chest that was next to where the mob originally was, as in the chest that I was trying to get to, was a mimic. And that mimic dropped a mimic. And I can't remember if I'm just like, if it all blends together now. But I can't remember if that mimic dropped another silver chest that turned out to be a bomb. Or if it just dropped like 2 potions or something. And yes, there is bits. Nearest enemy. And the reason why I say it's not a bad idea to bind it is in PvP, it's insanely helpful because usually the thing that like the enemy that is closest to you, there's a reasonably high probability that they're also actively attacking you. So like pretty good for survival reasons. But in PvE, it can also sometimes be helpful. Like, it's rare that it is helpful, but it can be helpful. Like, if you're having trouble targeting something specific. And you can also do that, Zarian. Most targeting things you can write macros for. And just targeting in general. Karen says, years ago I saw a video of an orange parser showing how they played. The left hand was doing movement on a controller while the right hand was doing keyboard bindings for skills. I think I heard something about I didn't like look at it like closely, but I think I heard something about Wrath when soloing Zemail Darkhold used a controller to spin the boss because the analog stick makes it smoother to spin the boss. Like legacy controls plus controller means that you can like just spin the boss and that final boss happens like lose a huge amount of attack uptime if you spin it. I initially thought that that was a requirement to beat the boss. I don't know if it is in like gear you can get at that point, but I managed to solo Zemail Darkhold with Scholar. Synced. And I didn't need to spin the boss. And hey Caroline, we wiped to the Godfather. The first orange bomb, I accidentally overshot it with an auto attack on top of a GCD. I'm not a ranged physical main, so for a brief moment, I forgot that the auto attack could do that. And on the retry, because I had a racing active, we wiped on 5% because timer ran out, but my steel had like 10 seconds left anyway, so you know, basically, I wasn't gonna make it. There's a very small chance it would have worked. Did you right-click on your transform buff when using Lust and Rage, etc.? Yes, I did. And thank you, Haley. Yeah, it still sucks because I'm telling you, Caroline, I knew that was gonna happen. Like, I was dreading that was like that I was going to wipe to something stupid after all that. And I'm just reiterating, I wiped to timeout on 5%. So on the run back, I played the fight perfectly. But then I didn't have the resources to do it. But yes, Vabis, I usually just right-click buffs off. That's an advantage that mouse and keyboard users have. The way it works, Emily, is that I believe it's the same mechanic on floor 90, The way that it works is that the boss, which is like a big bomb guy, right? One time they'll summon like a bunch of small bombs that you can't target. They'll just explode, so you just avoid those. And one normal-sized bomb. The first one, which on floor 190 is blue, has a long cast time, and if it detonates, it doesn't outright kill you, but it basically kills you. So you need to kill that one. The second time, or rather every second time, the boss summons such a bomb, it'll summon a bunch of small bombs that you just avoid. And then it'll summon an orange bomb. But when it summons the orange bomb, the boss itself will start casting like the big explosion that the blue bomb does. To cancel it, you have to push the orange bomb up against the boss. So that it explodes, and it has a shorter cast time, but it explodes in a relatively normal explosion radius. And if it explodes near the boss, it interrupts the boss's cast. And if the boss's cast goes through, it does 99% of your max HP and damage. And usually the boss will just run up and smack you after that, so that's why it's generally considered, well, you die. So what happened is, like, if you attack the orange bomb, you'll push it a specific amount of length of the arena. And I used a GC to do that because I wasn't confident that I had managed to place the boss close enough to the bomb. The saddest part is that after the more practice on the run back, I'm pretty sure I didn't need to push the bomb at all. But what happened is I used a GCD and then my character auto-attacked, which pushed the bomb too far. And because I was so caught up in trying to correct it, I forgot to stop auto-attacking the bomb, which meant that I then pushed the bomb up against the wall, so now I could no longer get it over to the boss. And then I just kind of stood there for a moment, like, well... And the key thing that makes it the most annoying is specifically that I did it perfectly on the run back. Like, I didn't die again to getting it wrong. But I guess, like, such a catastrophic failure, whoops, is a great way to teach yourself to not do that. Like, now I'll not forget for certain. Or maybe I will. I still sometimes make the classic mistake of just like right-clicking a boss, like in anticipation of combat. And if I'm arranged physical, it like what you see is just like the group just standing there, and then suddenly the machinist just goes, anyway, I started blasting. For no reason. I've done that a bunch of times. And the reason, the habit of doing that originates from Summoner and Scholar. I need those books, Max, man. That is an interesting macro, Zarian. What is the purpose of it? Haley says, I watched the clip back. The bomb auto-attacked you before the boss exploded, resulting in you instant... What? That is, pretty weird. So wait, it finished the cast, auto-attacked, and then died. As my final act! Slap! I mean, it isn't the first time we've heard about that. Like, let's not forget that on Behemoth, on floor 180, you have to make sure you're not in melee range in between the Ecliptic Meteors. Because otherwise Behemoth will just take a free pot shot at you in between casts. But yeah, that's what happened. Oh, I see, Zarian. I mean, I would say something like Machinist in PvP, there is a good reason to have full control over what you're targeting. Because one of the the thing is, the LB is really strong at like picking off someone, but you know what's really strong at picking someone off? Is reassemble, drill, and then limit break in the animation lock. Now that's good. And if you do it fast enough, usually the damage hasn't applied fast enough that the opponent sees it coming, that you're doing both. But I could see the value in just having it target closest. I guess it's not called reassemble in PvP, is it? I think it's just called analysis or something like that. But same deal. But I could see the value in having the ability to just shoot at the closest enemy, because to get to drill, sometimes you want to just like throw your tool out there to like keep the cooldown spinning. Hey Vince, hope you're doing well. Scattergun is a good one as well to have like that. That's true. Spurg. How do you pronounce that name? Spurge? Spurge? Steve? Maybe? It's English, pick one and pray it's good. Oh, that's pretty funny. Just guess. We don't know either. Oh yeah, that's also true, Ham. You do... The mega combo of... what's it? Wildfire needs to hit 3 times, right? In PvP. So you just go Wildfire, an attack, analysis, drill LB. Can LB activate it? Does it count? For each of your own attack actions. I know it's a really weird thing to ask, whether your limit break counts, but I'm just saying, limit breaks work in weird ways. But yeah, if it works, then yes. You combo the 3rd hit of Wildfire with your LB, and if you have set up so the drill is the 2nd hit, then it can mean, if you time it just right, that the player basically takes, let's see, 36, 56, 68,000 damage before damage reduction. Just... And yeah, another one that you can do without LB, for that matter, you could also like follow up with LB, is is single target scattergun analysis drill. And then if they didn't die, you can use LB. I can say specifically that the single target like the wildfire single target scattergun drill is effective. Now you might be wondering how I know that. I learned that according to Icy Veins, it does not count. I mean, it would be easy to test over in Wolves Den Pierre. The reason why I know that wildfire single target scattergun into drill hurts a lot is because in the first season of Crystalline Conflict, that was the reason why I wasn't the biggest fan as a red mage at jumping machinists. Because red mage in Crystalline Conflict is basically like an assassin. You just go in and 1-2-3 combo. If no one like tries to punish you for it, the person you're attacking almost has to guard. But if there's two players and they're working together, then the red mage can easily lose that exchange. And at the very start, like when it was new, a lot of players didn't know what to do about it, so I could usually just kill someone off and then we win the 5v4. Then people got smarter about it. And then I had to get smarter. Like people discovered that, hey, the red mage is actually pretty squishy. Why don't we just kill the red mage when they come for us? Like big brain time. And then I had to start using light mode 1-2-3 combos. But the reason being that how much damage does Scattergun do? Is it 8,000 per? Was it 6? If it's just 6,000, then that combo of Scattergun on Wildfire with a follow-up analysis drill is like 44,000. Which means that if you took any damage whatsoever as a red mage, then that explosion will kill you. Like, if you're not fully topped up, then you die. But see, the thing is, and this is something that some players have a hard time with in PvP. It's actually a pretty funny story. And it's probably a better example. How can you call it? Picking the character that just beat you. Oh, I'm a frog now. Picking the character that just beat you usually doesn't work, because the reason why you lost to it was because the person who was piloting it was actually good at it, and you're not. I played a lot of League of Legends at boarding school, and my friends did as well. The relevance to that is that one friend in the group, let's call him M, would like, he was okay at the game, but he would consistently do that move where he would just pick the character we lost to. Like, if the opponent had like a hyper carry of a specific champion, then he would play that character in the next round. He would just go, well, I could just play that, and then promptly do it. And usually do terribly with it because he didn't know what he was doing. We actually named the thing of doing that move after the guy. Like, we effectively called it the M, right? Like, if his name was M, then we called it the M. In reality, we actually named it after his last name, but I'm like, I'm not gonna say that. Yeah, exactly, Emily. I see a good deal of we lost because of that character was OP. Switch character, lose even worse true combo. Yes, exactly. And the thing is, people do that in PvP games in general. Like, they'll see someone use something really well, and then they'll go, well, I could do that. No, you can't. You need practice to do that. And then you promptly lose even harder with it. The better thing you can do is think about how you play around it. How you overcome it, so to speak. In case in point, I have complained a lot about Dark Knights in Frontline. I hate them. I think it's incredibly unfair that their toilet move works so well. They just use Salted Earth and then a Limit Break. And assuming that they're decent or they brought a few friends, you die. Or you click guard. And the reason why I think it's so annoying and so overpowered is because I tried to think of a counter. I tried to think about how to beat it. You know how you beat it? You stun the Dark Knight. Either before they click Salted Earth, or right after, so that they can't use the snare that follows up the bind, and they can't use LB. Or you use guard. And generally, I think it's a problem when the only answer is block. Exactly, Knight. Exactly. That's the problem, really, is that if there's only one counter and that counter has a cooldown, but the action itself does not, that's not super fun. And part of the problem is also that in a vacuum, the toilet move is really easy. You just run up to enemies, plunge at something, and then you use Salted Earth and Limit Break. Meanwhile, the counter is a lot harder to do. Exactly, you stun one Dark Knight, the next one just walks up. Like, the counter is a lot harder to perform than the action itself. Now, the thing is, I complained so much about this that I eventually did the M move myself. Not in the same session. Like, I was like, okay, next time I play Frontline, I'm going to be the Dark Knight. It turns out that it isn't that easy. If you're playing against players that have a decent way around Dark Knights, like that they actually kind of know how to play around them, or there's a lot of ninjas or something, then it can be difficult to be a Dark Knight. And you can sometimes feel like, if you're not a good Dark Knight, that you have one move and it has like a 2 minute, or is it 2.5 minutes cooldown, which means you're just kind of just sandbagging in between those hero moments. And if your team isn't ready to back you up on it, then you do nothing. Like, then you actually do nothing. You would have been better being anything other than a Dark Knight. Which means that I got a little more okay with Dark Knights having this incredible power when I realized that it comes at such a steep cost, like, to the rest of their toolkit. That doesn't change the fact that I still think that they're kind of broken. But I'm slightly more okay with them being broken. Knight says the best counter I've seen with the Dark Knight spam is 3 summoners dropping Bahamut on their heads at the same time. You know what the saddest part about that is, Knight? Because of how damage reduction works in Frontline, unless all 3 summoners had like battle high, it wouldn't kill the Dark Knight. And yeah, exactly, Sally. Like, that's the key problem. Is that sometimes the Dark Knight will just be dealt a really good hand. Like, they'll just be dealt a group that knows how to play around all that. And sometimes they'll just have brought, like, a pre-made. And, I mean, it doesn't have to be 4 Dark Knights. Like, the classic I've talked about is Dark Knight, 2 Dragoons, and an Astrologian. That's a lot more complicated, but has, a higher peak burst. But you could also just bring 4 Astrologians. Just run up to an enemy team and click Macrocosmos. Okay, this Frontline Alliance, that's literally all ninjas. I will say, I think some of the funniest things happen when you have a team. When you have a team on your side, notably, that stacks a lot of specific job. I think the funniest one is still when you have the plague comp, which is or alternatively the university composition. That's when you bring 4 plus scholars. And the reason why I say plus is because you can only make sure that you brought 4. But if you bring 4 and talk about it, there's actually a decent probability that other people will join. And the reason why the university comp is so funny is because you see one scholar run up to you, use by, like, you see the fart cloud of death. Expedient. You see the fart cloud of death out in the distance, and you see a lone university student run at you. And then you'd realize that there's like 3 more backing them up. The thing that makes that scary is one scholar doing this will do, like, before damage reduction, will do like I believe it's 23,000 damage with the Expedient buff and the Doquium damage buff. About 23,000, something like that. Before damage reduction. Then you have 4 of them. Remember, like, that just, like, that's not that amazing, because it's like those, like, about 24,000 damage is over 15 seconds times 4 means that now you're taking like 20,000 damage, again, before damage reduction, per 3 seconds. Like, every 3 seconds, you're taking 20,000 damage because there's 4 of them. But then, the real evil part is oh, fair enough, Ham. I'll trust you on that. I think Cranberry said they also tested, but that they might have messed it up. But yeah, the real danger of the university comp is the jank of how biolysis and deployment tactics interacts with frontline damage reduction. And damage reduction in general. The total damage of biolysis is calculated when you apply it to the target, essentially. And the target has a certain amount of damage reduction based on what they're currently doing. Which means if you're not guarding and you're not using like some defensive cooldown of your own reducing damage taken, like you're just there and you have 25% damage reduction because you're a ranged job, you know, like a machinist, and a scholar puts biolysis, like 4 scholars put biolysis on you with all the goodness on it, then you take those like 96,000, if we just round it up to 100,000 for ease of calculation, then after damage reduction, you're taking 75,000 over 15 seconds. Now, that's not the problem. I think I've talked about this before, many times before actually, and I'm pretty sure I've talked about this in Palace of the Dead before. Anyway, the real problem there is when you use deployment tactics, it copies what's left of the biolysis to everyone. It doesn't recalculate the damage. It just copies it. Which means that that biolysis that you put on a Machinist and does 75,000 damage over 15 seconds because of 25% damage reduction will also, well, like 4 biolysis combined for 75,000 damage, but you get what I mean. They will also deploy on that warrior next to the Machinist for 75,000 damage, ignoring whatever damage reduction the warrior is supposed to have. So the warrior will just also take 75,000 damage. So one squishy that is in range of the university can screw over an entire alliance. And then think about what would happen if you had more than 4 scholars. Like, 4 is the amount that you can control. But if you could get 8, you could have 200,000, approximately, base damage. Then you cut a 4th off because you put it on a Machinist or whatever. And then you still have 150,000 damage. Which means that you're taking 30,000 damage every 3 seconds. Or 10,000 every second. Essentially, you die within 6 seconds. Almost regardless of what you're playing. Now, you do that, there's a reasonable probability that a lot of players will die as a result of that. Which means that some of those scholars will now have some battle high. Probably all of them will. And if you get all of those 8 scholars up to full battle high, then it's 300,000 as the base amount, which means you're taking 225,000 over the duration. Which means you're taking 45,000 damage every 3 seconds. Which means that some jobs almost just instantly fall dead. Just splat. From the first tick, if all the scholars are in sync. Sally says, there was one time me and my friends made a full group of paladins when Rival Wings came out. We just went around using Requiescent and Holy Spirit on people. Yeah, I initially was thinking, wait, Holy Spirit? But of course, when Rival Wings came out, that's before the rework. Should we add Scholar PvP to the bingo card? You could. But yeah, just generally what I'm getting at, all I'm seeing is red. It is very red. It is very funny when you have like a multi-stack of the same job. Because weirdly, 8 times, like 4 times for that matter, of something good is really good. Like, genuinely, like, that's also what I said before when I was like, yeah, well, the standard toilet squad is a Dark Knight, 2 Dragoons, and an Astrologian. The reason for that being that the Astrologian can greatly improve the performance of the combo. But you don't even need the Dark Knight. You don't even need the Dragoon. You could just have 4 Astrologians. They could just use gravity to hold the enemies in place and then just run up and use Macrocosmos. Because incidentally, 4 Astrologians in sync. Like, As I said, look at any PvP job. Like, look at any one of them. And just imagine that any number on the toolkit is multiplied. Like, any damage number is just times 4. Suddenly it looks a lot better. Like, it looks ludicrously strong. And that's essentially what it boils down to. Exactly, Sally. It forces no duplicates, and as a result of that, you can't just do 5-stack memes of just going, Lomao, what if we had 5... Actually, by the way, speaking of which, imagine if you could have duplicates. Just 5 scholars in Crystalline Conflict. I think you can have duplicates in custom matches. Whoa. I'm just gonna set up shop here for a bit. Is this the second of these kind of like stacked rooms we've had in this set? Palace of the Red? I can't see anything! It is also pretty funny, like, just like you can do it with Astrologian and Dark Knight, you can, like, it's not as consistent, but Dragoon doesn't need the rest of the combo either. In fact, 4 Dragoons are very effective. Like, if you have 4 Dragoons that, like, set their watches and make sure they LB at the same time. Basically, if it's set up correctly, anyone that happens to be in that, like, in the impact zone will die. And I'm actually pretty sure, if I remember the damage numbers correctly, remembering that the damage buff from Geishgagul does impact the LB. I'm pretty sure that anyone that is even like in the 10 yalm, like greater impact zone, like the wider one that does less damage, will also die. Are you angry? There's also the part that there's like a pretty big setup. Like a thing that isn't entirely obvious about Dragoon is precisely the fact that Dragoon has 2 buffs that work in on their LB. Not 1, 2. If you use Geishgagul and then jump into the air, you will do 25% more damage with your LB. If you use Elusive Jump, which comes with a speed boost afterwards, then you will fly 25% faster towards your destination as you move. Geishgagul. I'm leaning a little more towards an O instead of an Ö sound, because technically the game has written it with an O. Gershkagul. Like that? Greg's cool guy? Yeah, in that particular case, I think I actually, like, the thing is, I actually made a video about weird pronunciations of actions in the game. And for some of them, I've tried my best to carry it forward. But for some of them, I've also just decided to, get somewhat close enough. Because if you say it, quote-unquote, correctly, people will be like, I don't know what that means. Like, for example, with my Sage guide, with the words that sound close enough that it is difficult to get it wrong, by just guessing based on what it sounds like, I lean towards saying it quote-unquote correctly. But there's no reason to say prognosis like a Greek person. Well, the reason why it will sound weird is because if I pronounce Geirskagul in Danish, it would sound like Geirskagul. Because Danish has moved so far away that it just sounds weird. So even though I'm a Nordic person, I have the weird one, right? I have the Danish one. Gearskorgul. 3 Pictomanters, 1 Sage. That's... What? What would the Pictomanters using LB do exactly? Thank you, Erdil. Yeah, fair enough, Kay. Like, the biggest examples of me going out of my way to quote-unquote pronounce it right is Sage. Where I try really hard to pronounce the adder sting spenders correctly. Shove people around, if I recall correctly. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Silly, is I'm like, how would that help the Sage? If the comp is 3 Pictomanters and a Sage, surely there's a point to that, and Sage is like a pseudo melee attacker because of Flemmer. And it also feels like there's some sort of there's like, it's not anti-synergy because like I can see the synergy there. Oh wait, now I get it. Okay, the thing I don't get is why 3 Pictomanters? Why 3? 1 would be plenty. Or 2 Pictomanters and 2 Sages would also be a good move. Because I can see it. The way you do it is... So Pictomancer's LB shoves everyone away from the Pictomancer as a knockback. And places down like a fort that reduces the damage that you take within it by 25%. And also increases healing received, I believe, by 25%. For the duration. So it's like a safe haven. Enemies would not want to fight you there. Like, or rather, they would not want to fight you while you are there. It's like they might want to bait you away. Sometimes, though, players will just, like, fight you through it. Or they'll get away with it because, like, they just stand far enough away that it is difficult for your team to capitalize on it. But... And there's also, of course, also the detail that using that LB gives the Pictomancer Star Prism. Like, that's also a significant factor. Like, that matters too. But the synergy with Sage is that Sage's LB puts down a circle that gives a buff to allies that stand in it or step in it that says can only be hurt by enemies that have the associated debuff. And the associated debuff is applied to enemies that step into the circle. I.e., Sage puts down circle, Pictomancers and Sage like stack up nice and close in the Sage circle. Now players have to come fight. And the main weakness of the Sage circle is that that's the whole story. Like, it just says you have to come to me to fight. Yes, the debuff that the enemies get is like 8,000 damage every 3 seconds. Like, it's pretty painful. But if you're in a losing position as the Sage, the enemies will just run up and kill you in your circle. So what? They can take that damage and then just heal through it and then think about the problems later. But if you have a Pictomancer put down their circle, and the Sage then, like, puts down their circle if enemies choose to stand and fight, then not only do the Pictomancers have, like, a safe haven where they are stronger, but the enemies have to come to them. And because the Pictomancers have, you know, decent burst, it can actually be difficult to get to the Pictomancers without dying first. And you have to get to them because, like, you have to step into the ring of the, like, the Sage ring to actually deal damage back. So I could see how it works. Thank you, Zarian. I could see how it works. Oh. That's awkward. Well. But, I could see how it works. The thing that confuses me about it is why 3 Pictomancers? Like, are you sure it's 3 Pictomancers and not just, like, 1? And then there's, like, just 2 other Pictomancers that decided to join up? Because it feels like a duo combo. Like, you don't need more than 2. It is a possibility that the 2 extra Pictomancers is just that they went, well, we only need a Pictomancer and a Sage to set this up. What 2 other jobs would be good for this setup? And then they just went, I don't know, 2 more Pictomancers? I don't know. Which does... I could see that. Alright, Kate. Enjoy your evening. And thank you. Schmuck says Dragoon be like, I'm fast as... boy! Land to the enemy's team dead. The thing is, Dragoon is actually surprisingly hardy. There's 2 reasons for that. So when you use Gershkagul, which comment? No, silly, I think it just didn't land in top chat. I can see it in live chat. Wait, what was I talking about? That's weird. Right, Dragoons are surprisingly hardy. The thing that usually gets Dragoons killed when they get it wrong, like when they miss, or people don't, like they don't get, like, some killing blows as a result, so now they have to contend with the entire pack. Gershkagul makes you take 25% more damage, and also deal 25% more damage. But if you use Nastrond immediately after, like, you land and you just Nastrond immediately, then you throw away both effects. Like, it's a buff that makes you do more damage and take more damage. So by just immediately tossing Nastrond, if you don't think you can survive the damage intake, you, like, go back down to taking normal damage. And then you also have, what's it called? Ferocious Howl or Terror Howl or something like that? I can't remember exactly. which reduces the damage enemies do to the Dragoon, Horrid Roar, I believe by 50%, which, like, that's a 50% damage reduction cooldown. Which means that if you don't kill the Dragoon before they do that, they basically doubled their HP. And I believe the landing from Sky Shatter, the LB, gives you a barrier as well. So Dragoon has a lot to work with, and assuming that they didn't use Elusive Jump to set up the speed boost, like if they just went at it quote-unquote slowly or normally, then they can use Elusive Jump to get away. And hey Brontom, hope you're doing well. We wiped on floor 190 to the Godfather. I goofed up the first interrupt and promptly wiped due to me forgetting that the auto attacks also push the orange bomb around. And on the run back, I ran out of time at 5%. Although I would have also ran out of steel a few seconds later. So basically we ran out of things. And when I say run out of things, if I had had an extra strength, I would have made it. But I didn't. I say, hey Waffentrager, hope you're doing well. Hey Mikael, hope you're doing well. They added a 5th tank. I'd love it if they gave it a bubble ability like White Mage or Scholar. Oh, that would be interesting. What would be more interesting in that regard, then? Because White Mage has Asylum, which is very strong, but also has a reasonably long cooldown. Like, you don't spam it. Whereas Scholar has, like, 50% uptime on theirs if they want. I wonder what would be more fun. A dodge tank. Given how they've made sure all the tanks have such similar toolkits, Crazy Dialga, I have a feeling that that one is going to be very, very unlikely. That doesn't mean you can't wish for it. And yeah, pretty much, Bronto. I was thinking of switching to a different job, but I also feel like if I keep swapping to different jobs, we might instead just run into the situation that it gets a little samey. That I just keep, like... On the one hand, switching jobs means that the climb is more interesting, because, like, there's more variety in the climb itself. On the other hand, switching jobs also means that I have to relearn things over and over and over again, which means that we don't see anything new. And I also want that title. Yeah, exactly, Sally. Like, let's not forget that originally, in a way, did I kill everything and the door isn't open? Okay. Originally, Paladin was a lot more block-centric, right? Ow. Originally, Paladin was a lot more block-centric, and when they added Dark Knight, it had mechanics that relied on parrying to activate. And they removed both of those things over the years. Yeah, that is a good idea, Mikhail. I had considered a few things. The first time I went in this set anyway, or in this series, you could say, I went in going, I will play either Viper or Pictomancer, because, like, they're the new jobs. And we ended up playing Pictomancer. And when I wiped 2 Behemoths at floor 180, we had a vote where Machinist was among them. And Machinist ended up winning. And this time, I just decided that I would rather see if I could get further. And I think I have the best shot at getting further by playing Machinist again. Hey, Cheerio. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, I get that, Schmucks. It is difficult because they want to make sure. I know it's Nep. That's just the name that I saw on screen. I hope you're doing well, Nep. If they want all the tanks to be viable in all content somewhat equally, they kinda have to make sure that they all can do all the things. And the immediately obvious weakness of that design, which you all probably realize quite easily, is that by making sure all tanks can do everything, it means that there isn't really space for weakness. Hey Haken, hope you're doing well. That's nice. I hope you're enjoying the game at least. Gunbreaker's the only tank with that huge parry mitigation now, right? Yes. But I would say Camouflage is like... It's kind of funny, all 4 tanks have like a wacky defensive cooldown. Like, the defensive cooldown that Camouflage kinda competes with is, it's comparable to Bulwark for Paladins, Thrill of Battle for Warriors, and Dark Mind for Dark Knights. And in a weird way, a surprisingly big part of the power of the different tanks sort of almost relates to this. Like, it's not an uncommon conversation that, Dark Knight quote-unquote bad because Tyr doesn't have magic damage enough. And things like that. And it isn't unusual for it to come up that Paladin might have a slight downside on our boss where the Tank Buster has a dot follow-up. Because blocking it doesn't reduce the damage of the dot. Much less of an issue now that Holy Sheltron is just damage reduction. But it still means that Bulwark is kinda in those encounters. That's good to know, Harkin. But yeah, that's like the fact that they want to make sure all 4 tanks can do everything. They want to make sure that all 4 healers can do everything. They want to make sure that basically all of the DPS can do everything. Comes with the obvious weakness of that design that doesn't leave very much floor space to get creative. Bulwark is always kind of meh because it only lasts 10 seconds. I'm pretty sure, isn't Dark Mind also only 10 seconds? And Thrill of Battle is definitely only 10 seconds. It's only Camouflage that has that weird 20-second duration. Long-time Warrior main here. Warrior is in fact the best. I mean, Warrior is insanely good at what it does. As soon as something can't do something, we get 6.3 Paladin. And you know what the funniest part about that, goddammit? And the emphasis is that you did say can't in quotes. Because that's exactly right. The moment that a job is noticeably worse at thing than other competing jobs. And just to be clear, when I say noticeably, I mean you grab like you really zoom in real close and really look deep on it, then you can see it. That's what it takes for it to be a problem. I just realized that those fire puddles and ice puddles are not actually that scary. Just run through them. I had expected they would leave a dot on you or something. The thrill of battle is alright. It's really good at what it needs to do. Like, what it does is it's kind of good at it. But it's not particularly impressive. So it says day 1 high-end content is where any job's issues or weaknesses become far more apparent from what I've seen. Yes. Which also has the classic example that if a job has slight damage performance issues, that becomes apparent very quickly. Just for one. Darren says, I just started leveling warriors, just 20% HP up and heal that amount. I believe it's at level 78. You get a trait that makes it so Thrill of Battle also increases healing received by the same amount. Which, in a roundabout way, like if you have 20% more HP and also receive 20% more healing, you essentially have made it so that your HP is, like your health bar is just more valuable in a weird way. Which is like 20% more HP and 20% more healing received is sort of equivalent to 16, like a sixth damage reduction. Like it takes 16.67% less damage. The problem is that the moment that that first effect runs out and you no longer have 20% more max HP and no longer receive 20% more healing, you just stop having that. And if you didn't actually get healed back up in time, then it doesn't work like that. TBN scales with your target's HP. So the more HP your target has, the bigger TBN is. Well, if you missed Godfather, Ridley, well, we wiped. You saw that one? Okay. Right, I do remember that. Sorry. I don't... Like, game-wise, I don't think you missed anything. The key is between those 4 wacky cooldowns that the different tanks get, like between Bulwark, Thrill, Camouflage, and Dark Mind, is that the reason why Dark Mind stands out like that is because Dark Mind is like it's the clear winner when there is magic damage in an encounter, whereas all the 4 other options at least do something in a fight without magic damage. The reason why it often feels like exaggerating when people complain that Dark Mind isn't good because there isn't magic damage is usually because Dark Mind is a tank cooldown, obviously, which means that if the tank isn't getting targeted by something that is magic and also relevant, then Dark Mind doesn't really do much. Like, yeah, you could use Dark Mind on a raid wide, I guess. But if you don't take enough damage for that to matter, then it doesn't really do anything. Mikhail, the way that it... Oh, thank you, Ardell. The way that it works is that percentage-based healing does not get any benefits from healing increasing effects. At all. Thrill of Battle heals you for 20% of your HP. And because that's percentage-based, it does not benefit from healing increases. However, if you have both Thrill of Battle and Rampart active, they should stack multiplicatively on the healing received, which means that the way you calculate that is that you go, okay, I receive 15% more healing because I have Rampart. And then you take those 115% and go, well, I received 20% more healing because I have Thrill of Battle, and then you say 1.15 times 1.2. So those two will stack in a beneficial way. Now, the question is whether you need both of them. And the sad part there, Zarian, is that it's not, like, I've said this before, but it's not actually a Final Fantasy XIV thing. It's a gamer thing. You could take almost any other multiplayer game and you'd run into the same problem. Like, for instance, in World of Warcraft, there are greater variety between the different specializations and different classes, but in World of Warcraft, there are entirely unviable specializations that are basically unplayable due to how weak they are relative to the others. That is to say, those specializations can complete the content, it's just that the alternative specializations, just concentrated in that specific class, are better. So there's no reason to play it. And there's also the part that, again, community stuff. Community stuff that the specializations that are less viable than others, for whatever reason it may be, will just not get to play as much. Like, they'll not be included. Hey Luna, hope you're doing well. Two examples. I can at least give one. Since the rework of Survival Hunter to be a melee specialization, because the two other specializations are easier most of the time, and are ranged, and have better utility, and usually do as much damage as Survival, or more. If you try to join a group as a Survival Hunter, what will happen is you join as Hunter, and then they might ask you what specialization you are, and if you say Survival, you might get kicked. This is mainly in like Mythic Plus scenarios. In raiding, it's less likely. It depends on the context, I think. And yeah, also the incredible irony that Survival Hunter has worse utility than the other two, meaning that it is worse at surviving. Exactly, Mikhail. Min-maxing is king. If you can outplay fun, we will. And League of Legends is another good example. If you're playing something that is off-meta, the only reason why you would do that is either because you know something that others don't, or you're relying on the fact that your opponents don't know to win. Which means that it's like a trump card in a way, where you use it once and then not again in that like, if it's like a best of 3, for example, you only use that champion once. Because if you use it again, your opponents probably have figured out what the trick is. And the reason for that is that the champion is off meta because it's not as strong as the meta. So the way it wins is that you surprise the opponent, and you get a lead that is big enough to offset that weakness before they figure out what to do about it. And absolutely, Smugs. Like, the thing is, and this is something that I should probably mention more, but while I say all these things with, oh, you can only play what's best, you can only play the meta, I also say in Final Fantasy XIV that all jobs are viable. You can play whatever you want. And you can. But there is a key difference between Final Fantasy XIV and some other multiplayer games, that the balance isn't as tight, which means that you may actually not be able to play anything you want in other games. Also that, Haken. Also that. But yeah, the big problem with Final Fantasy XIV is... Now, I can't remember it off the top of my head, but I do believe I've seen more than once that if you check Warcraft logs, it is pretty common for the weakest DPS specialization to be closer to like 50% of the best. Whereas in Final Fantasy XIV, for the most part, it is like, the difference is like closer to 10 or 15%. It is close enough that it's fine. But the way that you view these kinds of data is if you use the full range of like the bar on FF logs, so you could see like on the passes, you know, the statistics that they showed 0% all the way to 100%, then what you would see is like just 13 extremely long bars, and then right at the end the important information would be like teensy tiny amounts of data, and you couldn't really see what you're looking for. So instead, they zoom in on the significant part, and what players see is, well, the bar's a lot bigger, relatively speaking, right? It's like if you made a like data on the average height of men between countries, and then instead of showing 0 as the bottom, on like the y-axis, they show 0 at the bottom. They show like 150 centimeters as the bottom. Then the countries that are closer to 150 centimeters would look tiny. It's that kind of logic. And also that's silly. You don't need that 15% difference. And exactly, Smugs. I agree with that. But the problem is that in some capacity, it's not entirely the game's fault in a lot of these cases. Often it isn't the game's fault. Because players will optimize whether they need to or not. Some players will optimize just as much in a single player game. And yeah, talent trees are interesting as well, but they also often kind of fall flat because, in a multiplayer context again, because, well, you're obviously using the best build, right? Right? So why have a talent tree in the first place when you don't get to use it? Like, I specifically remember, like, back in World of Warcraft Cataclysm, where, like, you had to put a certain number of points into your primary specialization before you could, like, branch out to the other trees. Like, you had, I think, like, 10 points you could put in the other trees Like, once you, like, if you wanted to, you could also just go whole hog on one. But it was pretty common that on a specialization, while you had 10 points to put wherever you wanted, the reality of the situation was more that, yeah, well, 9 of those points, or like 8 or maybe 7, go in these specific things, so you have 3 points to customize with, I guess. Or you're doing something that isn't optimal. That was in Cataclysm, which is that like 2012? Yeah, exactly, Bronto. That's basically right on. In single-player games, especially, you can usually get away with this with no one complaining because it's a single-player game. You do whatever you want. But all those flexible meme strats you could do often weren't good. But let's say it was your first playthrough of the game, right? Ow. Let's say it was your first playthrough of the game. If it was your first playthrough, then you don't even know that your build sucks. You're just like, wow, these enemies have a lot of HP. Wow, this is really hard. This game is really tough. But once you know that like how much damage is normal, then it's difficult to ignore that. And that, I think, might be the biggest problem. Oh, thank you, Aerodel. I also just noticed Aerodel actually changed their name now. Nice. But, it's, that's the problem, is that the moment you know what is actually meant to be good, it's difficult to look away from it. Like, it took me... It took me quite as a surprise that... so, I've talked about a game called Crystal Project before. Some of you might have tried it. It's really good. It's like indie developer stuff. And the thing that I really loved about it is that you have like a team of 4. There's actual like threat management, so it's almost like doing a light party duty in a turn-based environment as a single-player game, which is really cool. So I would, I would bring, a healer, a dedicated healer and a dedicated tank, and then I might have like a tankier physical attacker or like some sort of like supporter, and I might have a mage of some kind to also assist in. But I would have, a tank and a healer and 2 DPS, essentially. Then I saw a speedrun of the game. Given that it's, difficult to determine what would be good in such a game, it would be kind of pointless for me to suggest you guess. But let's just say the winning strategy at speedrunning Crystal Project is 5 wizards, which is basically 4 wizards. Imagine if you could have 5, that would be the winning strategy. 4 wizards, which is basically 4 black mages. At very, very select points in the game, you would bring in other classes. At all. But otherwise, the whole playthrough is basically just have all 4 wizards cast the biggest damage spell you have. and then just insta-kill the enemy before they can do anything. And this strategy worked so well that, like, some, like, post-game bosses that are not needed to clear the game also are, like, the strategy is, like, if you can do it, like, you could be lucky that you could just 4 wizards and then just ignore the fight entirely. You just have 4 wizards spam the biggest fire, like the biggest explosive spell they have, and then just let the boss kill a wizard each turn and see if you can win before the boss does. That is a legitimate strategy, and it works, and I hated that so much. Because it, like, the thing is, the problem wasn't that that was a viable strategy. The problem was that if you actually used a proper team, like a balanced team, you would spend a lot of turns on setting up defenses, like, oh, your tank needs like physical damage reduction and magic damage reduction. Oh, there's a raid wight coming now. Everyone needs magic damage reduction, and you need to nerf the enemy's like damage with debuffs and maintain all these things. And then 4 wizards just come rolling in. No buffs. Just kill the boss. Which is, like, a little bit disappointing. The key here is that I've just not done that. Like, that's the thing. That's the magic of a single-player game, is that if you have the capacity to look away, you can go see, oh, the best strategy is 4 wizards. Well, that sounds boring, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm just not gonna do that. And then you just do something else. But you have it, like, in your back pocket in case you need it for something. Like, if a fight is so hard that you can't do it, you have 4 wizards. Maybe that'll do it. Ow. And yeah, Catch, I agree. This is also something that I've talked about before, that if you gave talent trees in Final Fantasy XIV, it would just be a matter of time before people would math out what the best is. And then the tree doesn't matter. And yeah, it would be a matter of hours, exactly. Like, the thing is, if there were talent trees in Final Fantasy XIV, it would add some time to optimizing, because they would have to figure out what the best talents are, and then figure out the opener and the burst. But it wouldn't change very much. And indeed, the downside to talent trees is that they add this headache with all of that, and it makes it harder to balance. And I do agree with that, Luna. I would say one thing that I think would be interesting, like, I haven't like thought this out as like a fully fleshed idea to do or anything, but imagine if in the next expansion they don't add any more jobs, or maybe they only add 1 more job, but they give jobs, like, not a talent tree, just like an option, like just 1 of 3 things you can choose that does some minor change to your job, just a small thing. Like, I don't know, like, it would obviously lead to something being optional. But just a small thing, so that you had a choice. And it would also mean that all those jobs would feel like they had, like, that there was a lot more to choose. Like depending on how big that one choice would be, like impact wise, they could, like, it could be enough that it's like, well, depending on which of these 3 things you choose, there are 3 separate openers and 3, like, mildly different rotations as a result. Which means that by just adding this thing, it's just one thing, or 3 things technically, or 2 things even it could be. You have, in a way, produced 3 times as many jobs. And because it is like a choice, and you can, you know, it's a minor one, it might be okay if it's not as broken. Like, that it's not that great. That one of the choices might be, like, clearly weaker. Or that it is, like, encounter-specific what's best and things like that. But it would add a little bit of something. Uh-oh. Exactly, Luna. If they had such a system, they could have just made it so that Noxious Nash was a choice. So those that don't like it could just not choose it. And then, like, you could just make it so that you had the choice between Dread Fangs or Reaving Fangs. And, like, of course, it would change the other things as well. Whether that would be balanced is a different story, but could add a lot. Tanks getting a main tank and off-tank specialization. That could also work. And yeah, I do think so as well, Emily. The big problem there is that, as you've seen, probably, the less reasons you give the players to exclude someone for their job choice, the pettier the reasons that someone would exclude someone will become. Like, that's the reason why I'm talking about how people zoom in on the logs and all that, or the, like, statistics, is because if you want your group to have all the best jobs, then you need to know what the best jobs are. If you know what the best jobs are, then you can just deny entry to the jobs that are not the best. Do you need to do that? No. But if you want to. Like, that's the reason why we're talking about this thing with, oh yeah, the power difference between the strongest and the weakest DPS is relatively small, but some percentage of players, how big, hard to say, some percentage of players will make a problem out of the fact that a job is weaker than another job. Even if the difference is relatively small. Yeah, that's actually a good one, Mikhail. I don't want positionals, you can just not do them. But the key there is that positionals are so quote-unquote front and center to the jobs that have them, that one can be difficult to ignore. Hamza sadly didn't ask a static that I saw during recruitment in Shout Chat today why they were looking for a dancer or a bard and not a machinist. Oof. Bruh. I think I knew that, Rillian. I hadn't thought about it, but yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Emily. Machinist bad, don't play Machinist. You know I'm like one of the best machinists on the planet, right? But Machinist bad. Play something else. Yes. Will you catch that one, Aradil? I don't understand why they do that. Nice one, Zarian. Exactly, Gleaming. And that's exactly the problem. Is that all it takes is that the perception is that a job is bad. That's all it takes. And all it takes for the perception to be that a job is bad is that it is bad long enough for people to notice. After that point, people don't care unless you can prove that it is not bad anymore. Or some major change happens that would indicate that it's probably not bad anymore. Hey, Rythian, hope you're doing well. Like, for example, with Paladin. Paladin was fine. It was just, it had a harder time beating the new raid tier week 1. So people started excluding it. And the thing is, Paladin didn't have problems beating the raid tier week 1. Paladin had a little bit of trouble with a DPS check on the final boss of the raid tier. And people were excluding Paladin from the first boss in the raid tier over that. And that's also, that again circles back to what I've said before, is that it's a little harder when I don't have like time to like bring out paint to like draw a joke. But that's why I say that a lot of players read the statistics on FF logs by only looking over the left side and seeing what job is on top. They don't look at anything else. They just want to see who's on the top. And if the job they like is not at the top, they mad. We don't want machinists in the party since that job is griefing. Samurai party leader who keeps standing in AoEs. Yannick says, funny thing on Prog, I was doing higher DPS on Machinist than on Reaper. That is also, I think Strat really like said a little bit more about this in this community. But Machinist, among the ranged physical jobs, happens to scale like in performance. In a weird way, it scales inversely with how good your group is. Because it doesn't have any raid buffs of its own, and it doesn't need them, the worse your group is at raid buff alignment, the better Machinist is. Because other jobs rely a bit more on that to make their damage really, really click. Including the other ranged physical jobs. And Dismantle is really good. So, essentially, if you're in a prog group, there's a reasonable argument that a Machinist would be the best job that you could bring among the ranged physical. Simply because it's weirdly more forgiving than the other two. And that's another weird one, Catch. Because Summoner's fine. Again, it's just that it's at the bottom. So people mad. And it sounds like multiple of you are running into this same problem. That people are like excluding jobs that are fine because they're not the best. There's also the part that a lot of players forget when they get so focused on optimization. Is that I think I might have talked about this before. I think I actually said this in my Savage Raider starter guide. I had a section about what job to play, where I'm pretty sure I start my explanation with that you should choose the job you feel most comfortable with. And if you choose a job that you enjoy, you will grow into it. And then I was like, but if you really just want something simple, and then like I listed a tank, a healer, and a DPS that you could do. Exactly, Strat. That is also why I thought it was so weird that people were excluding Paladin in a raid tier because Paladin had trouble beating the final boss on week 1. They were excluding Paladin on the first boss of the raid tier, where Paladin did not have any problems. Like, you know, at least, like, I would still say that it's obnoxious if you excluded Paladin on the final boss, where Paladin had a little bit of damage problems. But it's not week 1, but you're basically going... You can't do a marathon, therefore I don't want to go for a run with you on Tuesday. A little bit of an exaggeration, but I hope you get my point. And exactly, Yannick. The thing is, Machinist played to perfection is incredibly strict. Now, how big of a difference your damage is, depending on whether you do it perfectly or good enough, is probably not that big. It's just that the difference between playing perfectly or good enough is very visible. Like, in terms of how you actually do it. Exactly, Emily. You know, again, this circles back to World of Warcraft. When Blizzard started doing the Mythic Plus Invitational, or whatever it was called, which is basically like competitive dungeon runs, people noticed exactly what classes and notably what specializations were brought. And then they basically went, so those are the only viable ones. They didn't go, those are the best ones. They went, only those are viable. Of course, like, it is an indication when you see multiple groups bring the exact same team composition, or maybe like one class is different. But it's still, oh, this is the best option, so I only want to use the best option. Which is silly. It's the same idea as people making, like, excluding the slightly weaker jobs just because they're slightly weaker. There you go, Haken. I remember specifically there was a large period of Legion where I think it was like Blood DK and Windwalker Monk. And I think it was actually so bad that it was like 2 Windwalker Monks. Or something ridiculous like that. No, I have not tried that, Yannick. I don't think I have a... I don't have any Dex tinctures on me, actually. But I actually kinda did that sometimes in the last run. That I would, like, collect gauges leading up to the boss. I also did that as Pixelmancer, where I would, like, try to set up Mog ready and Winged Muse next. So that, you know, I could do Mog, Winged Muse, and then Mog, Palm Muse in the first 30 seconds or so. But it takes the setup. And that's correct, Ceres. That is absolutely correct. Mikhail says, don't forget Paladin was still considered an unviable tank when DSR was released, and yet the World First group has a Paladin. There you go. It also reminds me of, for a long time, holy priests in World of Warcraft were considered just bad, because disc priests were quote-unquote better. Yet, and that was also the case in Mist of Pandaria. The problem being that holy priests, like, they healed slower than the other healers. Like, they healed the most of all the healers, but they healed slower, which meant that in all logs, if you had a holy priest and another healer, the other healer could always snipe heals before the holy priest could do something, which meant that holy priest always was ranked weakest, and it didn't, like, provide anything that made it worth dealing with that. Then the world first 10-man clear of the final boss of the expansion, Garrosh, had a holy priest. Solo healing. Problem solved, am I right? Holy priest doesn't perform super well if you have more than one healer, because the other healer will be too fast. What if we only brought a holy priest? The boss melts with the potion, adds barely spawn. Are we talking about that specific boss? Or like low floor bosses in general, Yannick? Catch says there's a group. Catch says there's a group I was watching last night doing reproc clears in Savage Arcadian. They use a Dark Knight as their main tank. I mean, Dark Knight is the strongest tank in terms of, like, damage potency if you play it, like, if your group is playing optimally. Like, exactly, as Strat says, it's the best or the worst, depending on who you ask. It's double-sided. Dark Knight is awkward in terms of defensives. And Dark Knight is not the strongest if you're not doing, like, raid buff stacking properly. Like, 2-minute bursts have to be crisp, otherwise it doesn't work, and it doesn't win. But if you're doing things right, then Dark Knight wins. And the thing is, as we've talked about for a while now in just this stream, someone has to be the best. Someone has to be the best. And that also means that someone has to be the worst. And Dark Knight happens to be the worst at defensives. For the most part. But that doesn't, like, the thing is, it's harder to put on a graph, but Dark Knight being the worst doesn't mean that it's like, I would say actually in terms of, like, defensive cooldowns, I would say, like, Paladin, Warrior, Gunbreaker. Just because Dark Knight is the worst, it doesn't mean that it goes, like, Paladin, Warrior, Gunbreaker, Dark Knight. It's Paladin, Warrior, Gunbreaker, Dark Knight, right? Like, it's like ding, 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 ding. It's not that big of a difference. It's not that bad. Harkin says, would you like Mythic Plus in Final Fantasy? Yes. Although, one key thing that I'm not the biggest fan of with Mythic Plus... See, I get why it is there, but I'm actually not a big fan of there being a timer. In concept, Sally, in practice, it is nothing like Mythic Plus. Hard 4-man content. That's the thing, Sally. In concept, Criterion is more comparable to how, like, way back, World of Warcraft added heroic dungeons, and they were way harder until people figured out how to do them. And then, like, since then, they've added more and more and more difficulty levels. Criterion feels like the developers looked... Perhaps, they might not have looked at it, but it feels like they looked at Mythic Plus and went, what if we only gave them plus 25? And for those that don't know how it works, the way Mythic Plus works is basically that for some reason it starts at plus 2, but each number added, except like it starts at plus 2, basically gives everything 10% more HP and damage. Like, at the basic level, that's what it does. So plus 2 is the same dungeon, except it has 10% more HP and does 10% more damage across the board. Plus 3 is 10% on top of that. So that's 21%. And then plus 4 is 10% on top of that. So like it's times 1.1 times 1.1 times 1.1 times 1.1. So it pretty quickly scales up if you're finding it too easy. And then there's like other things that get sprinkled in, like specific modifiers that change each week. Not always the biggest fan of those, but they're also there. The reason why there's a timer on it is both to reward people for running fast, but also because if there was not a timer on it, World of Warcraft doesn't say that your group has to be 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 DPS. Because 5-man groups. So if there was no timer, you could just bring like 3 tanks and 2 healers if that's what you wanted to. Hey Grace, we wiped on floor 190, so I spent the rest of the time here at least climbing back to like floor 40 or so. So that I'm back to level 60 in there. We wiped, I wiped on the boss due to goofing up the orange bomb, due to forgetting auto attacks also push it. And then on the retry, because I had racing on, I ran out of time when the boss was at 5%. But my steel was also running out, so I wouldn't have made it anyway. Exactly, Sally. That is basically it, is that if hard content does not have a strict timer on it, then DPS become as pointless as, well, why would you bring a DPS when you could bring an extra tank? The argument there is, of course, that by bringing bringing more damage, you can skip mechanics, and if you goof up a mechanic, the tank will also die. But if the boss just loops a few select mechanics, if you can do those, then it might be better to just have more tanks and more healers. But that's like the main core reason for there to have to be a DPS check in hard content. Because if there isn't one, then like DPS kind of lose their purpose. Not entirely. Like, as I just said, in a raid group, you could say that the tanks are there to deal with specific types of mechanics. Healers are there to deal with specific types of mechanics. DPS are effectively warm bodies that could deal with arbitrary mechanics, right? But the thing that the DPS are doing throughout the fight is that they're building up this meter, and when the meter is full, it clears all the remaining mechanics that you have to deal with. Or in other words, you kill the boss. So by bringing more damage, you can remove mechanics from... Yeah, they're accumulating victory points. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're removing mechanics. Like, it's the same argument as the Crystal Project thing. If you can bring 4 wizards to kill the boss before the boss does anything that is actually relevant, then you don't need a tank to take that tank buster hit. You don't need a healer to heal back up. So you can just stack damage. Which of course means that even without a DPS check, bringing damage dealers still matter. But it depends on what and why you're doing it. Like, imagine this. Picture this. Picture any dungeon in Final Fantasy XIV. Any dungeon. Like a 4-man dungeon. And now imagine that everything had 5 times more HP. Everything. And things did, I don't know, like double damage. Within reason, there'll of course be things that are like made to kill you, that if you double the damage, there's nothing you can do, you will just die. Those things will of course like be increased a little bit, but within reason. If you just have to win, you just have to win. You don't have to win quickly, you just have to win. In all dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV that don't outright have a DPS check. 5 times more HP, so trust dungeon. Any dungeon that doesn't have an outright DPS check or some sort of like snowball effect that require you to kind of get going, it would almost certainly be safer to just go 2 tanks and 2 healers rather than 1 tank, 1 healer, and 2 DPS. Because utility-wise, the DPS might bring something, but any damage reduction the tank brings, the tank does better than the DPS. And any healing that the healer brings, it does better than the DPS. So why would you bring the DPS if they don't provide any relevant value, you could say? Thank you, Harkin. Could just give every dungeon boss an enrage time instead. And see, that is also something that I've talked about. The thing is, see, they could do that. They could just make, you know, Mythic Plus in Final Fantasy XIV. And just make it so that the bosses have DPS checks and enrage timers. Like, the thing is, with World of Warcraft, usually the way it goes is that there's a normal difficulty of a dungeon, there's a heroic version of the dungeon, which is a max level version of the dungeon, and then there's a mythic version of the dungeon, which is harder than the heroic one, and the heroic one usually adds 1 or 2 things to the bosses, and the mythic one also sometimes adds like an extra thing. So it's pretty normal that they would be like, well, that's where you add the DPS check. Right? Like, the normal version, you don't need a DPS check. On the heroic version, you might not need a DPS check. On the mythic version, there you could put a DPS check. But instead, Mythic Plus just has a timer. And the reason why you would want to put a DPS check like that is exactly in the way where you put it in the super hard mode version. Like, this, like, pseudo Mythic Plus idea is exactly because if you put enrage timers on the regular difficulty bosses, who would be impacted by that? I have a whole video where I talk about this. If you make it so that bosses punish you for taking too long, then it punishes the players that didn't need that. Like the players that are already having a hard enough time. They don't need also that. And the players that actually would appreciate that difficulty will never see it. Because, like, they're doing enough damage. Sally says there's a reason Criterion Savage just says don't die and doesn't give you a checkpoint. The difficulty in Final Fantasy XIV is in execution, not your rotation. Yeah. And also true, Bokaj. The weird thing is that heroic dungeons have weirdly just stagnated. That there's a reason why they had to add a mythic difficulty, right? Because ranged physical mitigation is better than what tanks and healers do. Do they have one that is better? That's true. But yeah, that is the problem, is that if you added an enrage to every boss, the only players that would see it are the players that didn't need that. Also true, Sally, but see, again, here's the interesting part. I think World of Warcraft still has 4 difficulty stages. I'm pretty sure they have LFR, normal, heroic, and mythic for rating. And the reason why they have 4 is because if you brought essentially like gear-wise and experience-wise, how quickly do you think you would decimate an alliance raid in Final Fantasy XIV if you brought a full team, like 24 players, that are Savage Raiders and are like ultimate runners that are actually good at the game, like amazingly good at the game, and they're in whatever is the best gear for that specific duty. Like, as in the absolute best, like how they do with ultimates, where they find gear that happens to scale perfectly to the duty and things like that. How quickly do you think you could run World of Darkness if you had a full, like, alliance raid of actually really good players? It says Sacred Soil is Tactician, but once every 30 seconds. Bits, Tactician is 15%. That's the reason why I said, okay, they have one that's better. It's because the 90-second cooldown that the ranged physical have is 15%. Which does make it really good. It competes with the Passage of Arms. The Pass says, I think a significant portion of the player base doesn't understand how to play the game enough for harder dungeons. Playing the game for being a bad teacher. That could be. See, that's the interesting thing, is that if you added a harder difficulty of dungeon, like if the developers added a harder difficulty of dungeon like this, they would have to like really put up the signs to indicate that this is savage difficulty. Otherwise, you'll have relatively casual players set foot in there and go, whoa, this is way too hard. Why game so hard now? When it's actually, the problem is not the target audience, right? Skip scales on release. I wonder if that was possible. You already have that happen by extremes with Sprouts. The awkward thing with that, Bokaj, is I think the problem is, what's the stepping stone from doing casual content to doing non-casual content? Where do you start? They got a trait in Dawntrail. So yes, it is kinda recent. You get forced by an FC member. No, Bokash, I meant what content is the first stepping stone? Quantum says that sounds like the start of Dawntrail. This game is too hard now. There is this person on my Is Final Fantasy XIV too hard or too easy now video. Some of you, I think, have seen him. That insists that the game difficulty is bad now because it is not very casual friendly. Thank you, Bronto. Thank you, Ardell. Sounds, yeah, exactly. Sounds like a skill issue. That is also what most people said to the person. Well, good news, Bronson, because I have more of that in the works. How does one get past dead ends and not Dawntrail? Is dead ends that hard? Is dead ends harder than all the Dawntrail dungeons? The critical engagements in Bosha could be a stepping stone. No, I'm not doing that one, Brontome, but that sounds like an interesting one day. Anyway, my point is when I said that what's the stepping stone into harder content is a player reaches max level. They've completed all of the casual content in Final Fantasy XIV. Where do you go from here? If you're doing current content, your options are extremes. Because Savage is known to be harder than extremes. So extremes it is. But extremes would, according to some players, be a massive step up from dungeons and normal difficulty content. Sarah says, I have honest to God read a comment that went like, extreme mounts are unfair to the casual players. Just put the mounts on the store. There was this one person that said, I've seen at least one of those comments on every one of my leveling guides, but there was this person that said, this guide is pointless. What you should do is just go work at your job for a bit and then use the money that you have to spare to buy a level skip and then level the last part. I don't like, they forget the part where like you have to actually level the last 10 levels anyway, so how do you do that without a leveling guide, right? Just like blindly try stuff. That's like, you avoid that by watching a guide. And I told them something to the effect of thank you, Harkin. If like, good for you that you have excess money to do that. But there are actually a lot of people playing Final Fantasy XIV where paying for the subscription is like expensive enough. Like, they're choosing this over buying a different game. And no, it's not, oh, they could just work more. They might have 2 jobs. Like, they might have 2 jobs they can't do anymore. That kind of player almost certainly looks at the actual hard content in the game and might actually go, why can't I just pay to get it? Yeah, there you go, Catch. Exactly. And the thing is also, Sally, is that the extremes vary so wildly in difficulty that the gap between them and casual content is very dependent on what the current extreme is. That plus sometimes a mechanic feels more difficult to one player than another. As in, some players find a specific kind of mechanic impossible, where others find it like trivial, right? If you want to experience level skip and then learn a job, level Summoner and learn Scholar. You could also do the opposite. That can also get a little weird, but it's a little more manageable. You could also do it in a different way. Level the job to 30. If it doesn't start at 30 or above. By doing something like super basic, like hunt log or something, where like, you know, you're basically learning nothing about the job. You're just smacking enemies. You reach level 30. From now on, you level the job exclusively with Wondrous Tales XP and daily PvP frontline reward. And other things that give you XP without playing the job. It'll take a long time, but when you hit max level with that job, you will definitely have no idea how to play it. Does the Summon and Scholar thing is the reason why Scholar is the only job I'm not confident in playing in casual content? You're confident in playing Sage? I think the reason why I'm saying are you confident in playing Sage is because leveling Summoner or Scholar to max and then having no idea how to play the other is like, you can sort of overcome it in the same way that you can overcome jobs that start at a really high level. I'm not saying that it's easy. I'm not saying that it's supposed to be easy. Oh. But it is a way to do it. Like, my suggestion when people have trouble with that is, you know, start with a low-level duty. And then, you know, gradually expand to high-level duties. The thing is, you have to specifically queue for them. And then you'll gradually learn the toolkit as you go. And that can overcome that kind of lack of confidence. See, Gray says, I specifically chose to level Scholar and not Summoner to 100 in Dawntrail so could figure out how Scholar worked. I feel more comfortable in Scholar than Sage now. Great. I don't think I would have felt as confident leveling Summoner in Endwalker first and not Scholar if it wasn't for the fact that Scholar was kind of my main go-to healer in Shadowbringers. So, like, I kind of already knew, so I didn't need the extra practice. Deep Dungeon is great to learn. It's a good way to test the toolkit, but a lot of the fights, like, a lot of your time will be things you're learning that is not really applicable to the kind of fight you would see in non-Deep Dungeon content. Mm. Bronzum says, I still don't know past recitation Atlo on tank, and I know that is wrong. That is not wrong. It is a choice. In a raid context, opening with something like recitation Atlo deploy is pretty normal. In a dungeon, it is reasonably common to use recitation on Xgog. You can also use it on Atlo. I know some players prefer one or the other. Personally, I tend to use recitation on Xgog, but as of Dawntrail, where recitation has a 60-second cooldown and Xgog has a 45-second cooldown, that doesn't line up as perfectly anymore, so I would probably feel more inclined to alternate. Welcome back, babies. We finished on floor 4D, I believe? Yes, floor 4D. So that we're back to level 60. So it's like, recitation is, you could, like, the thing is, let me put it like this, Brontome. Recitation is best used contextually where you need it. The one thing that I think is the one where you likely will go wrong is if you use recitation on soccer, aka concitation. The reason for that is that if you need the shield from concitation to be big, then recitation Atlo deploy is better. Like, if it's the shield you're there for, then use it on Atlo deploy instead. That's better. If it's the healing, then recitation Indom is also a very good choice. The reason why I'm saying it's a very good choice and not just saying better is because technically concitation in raw potency of the healing plus barrier is more than indomitability. So technically, if you need both healing and a barrier, then, I mean, recitation concitation could be a thing. That's also an option, Sally, if you need a shield up and you don't have time to deploy. Another thing to consider, specifically because of recitation concitation, is concitation is more healing and shield combined than indomitability. Which means, if, hypothetically, if you needed it, you could go recitation emergency tactics concitation and heal more than you would with indomitability. The reason why I think that's a bad call is because if you need that much healing, you could, you know, also just use emergency tactics concitation recitation indomitability. And you would have more total healing in almost the same amount of time. Like, if that's what you needed, you could do all of them. And there's a very, very, very small chance that that you don't actually have the MP for concitation. But there's a much higher chance that you don't have the ether flow for indomitability. And yeah, that's also a good point, Sally. If you need that much healing, you probably need that much healing because damage is incoming. And if damage is incoming, then it hardly matters whether the concitation is a barrier or healing, right? Seraphism is very strange. Something that I think is incredibly fascinating about Seraphism is, I've talked about this one before, so if you already know the answer from me talking about it, maybe give those that might not know it a chance to answer first. Is Seraphism like just better Philosophia? Like Sage got Philosophia, Scholar got Seraphism. How are they like power-wise to each other? Are they like even, or is like one of them better? Which one is better? Are they like, if you think they're mostly even, that's also fine. Because it's pretty funny when you really think about it. Hit full to clear Doom mechanic. I have no idea why I would ever press emergency tactics. The main reason... Is it more healing potency than Philosophia? Seraphism does not actually give more healing potency than Philosophia. That is the first point. And in terms of the passive healing, Philosophia, out the box, at least is 50% better than Seraphism's passive healing. So, how's that possible? What does Seraphism do? Let's start with that. Seraphism makes you pulse 100 healing potency every 3 seconds, approximately. Which means it heals like 6 or 7 times, depending on timing. I guess because it takes a moment to like run out, it will take a 7th time, guaranteed. And it changes Adloquium to Manifestation and Consultation to Accession. It also resets Emergency Tactics cooldown and sets its recast timer to 1 second, meaning Emergency Tactics is spammable. Now, what does Manifestation and Accession do? Manifestation is exactly 20% more potency than Adloquium. And it's instant. Accession is exactly 20% more potency than Consultation. And it's instant. So, essentially what Seraphism does is, like camouflaged in new animations, is it heals for 700 potency over about 21 seconds. It makes your 2 best healing spells instant, gives them 20% more healing potency, and makes emergency tactics spammable. Do you need that? Probably not. Maybe. Maybe not. Sometimes I would say this makes Seraphism an insanely good cooldown if you're like the type of player to do like weird team comps with 1 healer. And if you have double barrier, the fact that your Scholar can basically turn into super pure healer mode by doing this, that's pretty good. But in most situations, I don't think that emergency tactics detail matters. Right? So, what does Philosophia do? It straight up just increases your healing magic potency by 20%. Like, it straight up just says plus 20%. Which means that if Creation Diagnosis is 20% stronger, if Creation Prognosis is 20% stronger, and, well, technically Diagnosis and Prognosis are also 20% stronger. Now, you probably don't want to use those, but they are. Now, there's no reason for Philosophia to give you instant Creation Diagnosis or Prognosis, because that's how it works by default, right? You don't need to do anything there. Also, it also boosts Nevma, that's true. That one is also boosted by 20%. Because it's a spell. And every time you cast a spell, not an attack spell, every time you cast a spell, you heal everyone for 150 potency, which is an ability-based healing, so that one is not increased by 20%. But that means if at minimum you fit 7 GCDs inside Philosophia, which is guaranteed possible. You can do that. You can. Does it increase your creation shields? The creation shields are based on the base healing amount. So if you have 20% more healing, it automatically makes the shield 20% bigger. You can fit, absolute certainty, you can fit 7 GCDs in Philosophia if you're not delayed by something. If you have a little bit of spell speed, it should be possible to fit 8. But it might require you to, like, instant cast the 8th one. Like, it has to be Flema or Toxicon. But the key here is that 7 of those is 1050 healing potency, which is 50% more than what Seraphism provides. Which means, essentially, that in any situation where you don't need spammable emergency tactics, Philosophia is objectively better than Seraphism. Pretty much. The only, like, standout exception I would say here is that the Creation Prognosis is really bad at, like, spamming AoE healing. So, again, with the emergency tactics thing. Does Philosophia give you wings? I don't think it gives you anything. It just does this. Ta-da! But because Seraphism looks so much flashier, and it caused a big stinker with a lot of people being mad that they now have to wear that, Seraphism was the clearer one. See, the thing is, Bits, is that it's not that big of a deal, because the key is Philosophia is that much stronger when you play optimally, right? It's that much stronger on the passive healing portion. But Seraphism, having emergency tactics be spammable just as an option, just because it is a possible choice you can make, means that, in my opinion, despite Philosophia having, like, the greater potential in your average situation, Seraphism is probably the better cooldown. Because it has, like, they're both 3-minute cooldowns, and Seraphism can do one more thing. It can do exactly one more thing. And it's also like, let's not forget that, relatively speaking, Scholar, like, one of its weaknesses compared to Sage is that Scholar cannot spam their shields while moving. So that has to cost something. Right? Like, that has to cost something. And the price is that the pulsing AoE healing is a little weaker compared to what Sage gets. I feel like it's fairly balanced. It's just the reason why I feel like the necessity to highlight this difference is because most people read, or like, they see Seraphism, and because of how ridiculous it looks, how insanely overwhelming it is in its presence, you'd think it's the stronger button. Like, I'm pretty sure that if you asked whether Neutral Sect or Temperance is better just on the animation alone, I would think that people would say that Temperance is better. I am actually not sure. Given Divine Caress and Sunsign, I'm actually a little uncertain what is better. I think Temperance is more generally helpful because White Mage does more spell healing on the daily. But it is something worth keeping in mind. Like, it's the same kind of idea. Therein says, can we read Emergency? Yes. Transforms the next Galvanize and Catalyze statuses into HP recovery equaling the amount of damage reduction intended for the barrier. So basically, it doesn't make it so that you see one colossal healing number. You will see 2 healing numbers if you use Atlo, and you'll see 3 if it crits. So it says, Seraphism has helped so many people handle repeating stacks alone when needed already. Love it. Meanwhile, on Sage, I'd throw out Panheimer and Philosophia at the same time, and even that can get spooky when solo healing a repeat stack. That is funny. Because the difference shouldn't be that big. Okay, silly. I guess we have a myth challenge. Are you or I? Which one of us is correct? I want to reiterate that it shows 3 numbers because it shows the base healing, the galvanize healing, and the catalyze healing. You're right. You're right. There you go. Again, it's that easy to test things. When is a good time to be using these big emergency buttons on healer? Just saying whenever it's needed doesn't fit, since most of the time most tools work. In a savage encounter, Brontome, you will usually know, like, you'll figure out, oh, this mechanic calls for this much. And you'll know that that's what it takes. If you're in a static, you might discuss it with your co-healer so you don't both click the mega button at the same time. In casual content, it gets really silly because unless something goes completely wrong in a dungeon boss fight, you will not need Seraphism or Philosophia on a boss. Not unless something goes completely wrong. However, big AoE pulls, Scholar has Seraphism. That's a mega cooldown, right? A giga cooldown even. However, if you're not casting healing spells, Seraphism is better Whispering Dawn. If you're not casting any healing spells during Seraphism, then Seraphism is literally Whispering Dawn, but better. That's it. Obviously, you could use that on one of the big AoE pulls. That's not a bad move. Similarly, Summon Seraph has a long enough cooldown that you can't use it on both of the big AoE pulls between bosses. So, you could use Summon Seraph on one of them and Seraphism on the other. I would probably argue that it's a better idea to use It's actually a difficult one, because the first pack will usually be the one where everyone blows everything, so you need to use the weaker one there, and I would say Seraph is the weaker one. But actually, if you're not casting any healing spells, again, I would actually say Seraphism is the weaker one between Seraphism and Summon Seraph. So you use Seraphism on the first big pull, then you also have it in case it turns out that your tank is an idiot. Like, now you've already used it. So you can help the tank who turned out to not be smart. And now you know, for the next pull, that you have to, lay it on real thick for the tank. And then the second pull, you use Summon Seraph, and because Seraphism is 3 minutes, it will probably come up at some point during the boss fight. At some point. And surely you won't need it in the first minute. It's unlikely things will go sideways that quickly. But it'll probably be available if you do need it. It's actually, if you've played Sage, and maybe you've even seen my guides on Sage, you'll recognize that the kind of advice I give is, Keracholi Heimer, and on the next pull you go Keracholi Panheimer, or vice versa, the order is not important. Panheimer Panheimer is literally Sage Summon Seraph. Same level, and it gives multiple barriers just like Summon Seraph. It's literally Summon Seraph. So if you're used to using Panheimer on one of the big pulls, just like you use Heimer on one of the big pulls, like, the awkward part is you already have Heimer and Panheimer that like duo this particular issue quite well. But you could equally just go, well, I'll use Panheimer on one pull, and I'll use Philosophia on the other pull. Same thing. The thing is, and I think that's also what Bronzom was trying to reach, is that unless your tank is garbage, like, I have shots from back in Endwalker where I demonstrate how well you can prepare a tank as any healer. Like, each healer I show like a demonstration of how to approach it, right? And for some of them, that is extreme overkill, like insane overkill. I believe the particular one that shocked people the most was Astrologian, because Astrologian has so many cooldowns that it's like, before the tank has even pulled, you kind of use like 4 OGCDs on prepping the tank if you want to, before they pull. And you don't need all that. So it's the same in Dawntrail, unless your tank is like really bad or there's something wrong, you probably will not need to include Philosophia in your dungeon arsenal. It can just sit there. Exactly, Sally. See, the main reason why I was surprised that you said that you felt like you needed more than Philosophia, but you didn't need more than Seraphism, was mainly because, as I said, the power difference is so small that it depends on what you're doing in those cases. If the way that you deal with it by using Seraphism on such a mechanic is that you use Seraphism and then you just spam a session, just mash it for the multi-hit, then there is a difference, because if you're a Sage and you're instead spamming E-Proc, then E-Proc will heal for 120 less potency than a session. Because E-Proc will go up to 120 with Philosophia, but a session is straight up to 40. The shield is the same, but a session has twice the healing just out the box. It's just twice as strong. The reason why it evens out a little bit better is because 100 healing potency every 3 seconds. Hey Mia, hope you're doing well. Is about 83 potency per GCD time. So 83.333 per 2.5 seconds. Which means that if hypothetically you're spamming a session, you're healing for like 323 actual healing per 2.5 seconds. Whereas the Sage is spamming E-Prog, which is activating Philosophia, which becomes 270. So the potency difference is like 50. So my guess is one of two things is happening. And I'm not saying that someone is doing anything wrong. Ymir says you could also use emergency attacks. Yeah, but if you do that, then there's no shield, and then Yeprog wins on shield. But you could do that. I think it's one of two things. The first option is that 50 potency difference mattered. Like, that's option one. That 50 potency difference is actually a problem. Because it's like a sixth less, right? Like, that could make the difference. The other option is like Penheimer is right there. It's right there. It's very juicy, and if you don't need it anywhere else, this is really good for a multi. Like, it's basically like it says blocks stack mark, like multi-stack markers. That it says right there. You can see it says erect a magic barrier that hard counters multi-stack markers. Why would you not use this for that? And also true, Sally, that is also a good point, that if you are going as Scholar, I would probably use Accession more during Seraphism. But as Sage, I just also like sprinkle in a Penheimer and then I just attack because I'm a Sage. That changes some things, right? Emir, we just went down a rabbit hole of comparing Philosophia and Seraphism. Exactly, Sally. There's also the part that I guess there is a question of wait, can you use Seraph? Can you use Summon Seraph while you have Seraphism running? While you're still going? We just started discussing things in here. I wiped on floor 190 to the Godfather. I goofed up the orange bomb with an auto attack with Machinist, and on the run back, because I had racing, I didn't make it because I ran out of time. On 5% left, but my steel was also running out. So, and then we just talk after we got to floor 40 again. Like we got back to floor 40, and then we've just been talking. What do you normally play, Emily? I mean, you could do this, Silly. You could do this. Although I have a feeling that this would feel a lot weaker than Philosophia Penheimer. Again, because Philosophia getting 50% more passive healing value. And Summon Seraph, I would say, like, Summon Seraph is a lot stronger than Penheimer on one person. And Consolation is a lot weaker on like a raid. If one needs wings, one must simply press Seraphism. Yep. When he says I normally play Viper. Hey yo, Giraheen. Shaq is sick today. Can you flex and play Sage for us tonight? Oh man. Oh man. She's grown wings! How wickedly divine! I mean, I'm pretty sure the general consensus is that that white mage wings are better. Oh, don't worry, Shaq. I was basically making a joke that your job is very hard. You can't just grab a Viper that has never done it and just replace you. And I specifically chose Giraheen because Giraheen is also a Viper. So that sounds rough, Emily. Hopefully it'll go all right. But it is strange. I've been, as you have probably noticed, I've been making like role comparison videos, which means that I have been like comparing Scholar to Sage quite heavily. And the thing that I think Scholar wins at over all of the healers is that Scholar is the one healer that can go the furthest in any extreme. Because it has options like Recitation, Adlo, Deploy, it has the biggest shield, just hands down, it has the biggest shield. Seraphism, on its own, provides some of the most insane amounts of, like, sustained burst healing, where, like, the only other healer that, like, I would say, like, you need Cure 3 spam to, like, keep up with that. Like, if we're up in that level. And then, you also have Energy Drain. Right? Like, Scholar has the capacity to lean harder anywhere than the other healers. It's just that because it has this capacity, its average performance is typically not as impressive in all three categories at once. If Scholar is trying to be the biggest damage dealer on the planet, they're using a lot of their resources that could be used on defense, which means that that Sage also wins because they don't. And Scholar needs to use GCDs to bring that Giga Shield, and GCDs to bring that Giga Healing, so they have to sacrifice damage to go into the other extremes, which, again, the other healers don't. Like, to go deep into their extreme, they don't have to sacrifice damage nearly as hard as Scholar has. Which means that Scholar is really good in a situation where it has to be flexible. That's what it does best. And all the other healers are then better at what they do best, which is less flexibility. It feels like it has fewer buttons. Relative to Sage, Scholar has less buttons with impact, you could say. But on average, Emir, as I was saying earlier, in the average encounter, Sage's capstone is 50% stronger than Scholar's. In the emergency situations where you would really appreciate it, Seraphism is, I would say, like a sixth better than Philosophia. Ish. Yeah, exactly, like an emergency tactic. But then Scholar also has the capacity to heal harder than Sage. Why use 5 different tools when hammer works? Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. If you needed, like, a one-man army healer, Scholar is probably the best choice among all 4 healers. But Scholar is really weird when it comes to attacking. Yeah, something like that, silly. Also, have a good trip, Bronto. There's also the part that, as I said before, Philosophia is justified in being better on average than Seraphism, because Seraphism, on top of the raw power, also makes those healing spells instant, which is a property that Scholar normally does not have, but Sage does. So because Sage's cooldown doesn't provide that extra benefit, it should be slightly stronger because it provides something else. Like, that's also reasonable balance. I have a feeling that people kept a closer eye on Scholar, both because of the animation being so crazy and difficult to miss, but also because last expansion, for those that started Final Fantasy XIV during Endwalker, you might not realize this, but when Endwalker, like, new actions were revealed and they showed Scholar getting this, a lot of players were like, oh great, White Mage gets this crazy Lily that heals a ridiculous amount. Astrologian gets this Macrocosmos that heals a ridiculous amount. Sage gets a laser... Well, Sage gets to exist and they get this laser beam. And Scholar gets the fart cloud of running fast. Amazing, I guess. Turned out that Liturgy of the Bell needed to get a quality of life buff where they made it so that these White Mage could choose to detonate it early if they wanted it. Nevma and Macrocosmos were fine as they are. And Expedient sprint duration got nerfed by 50%. It used to be 20 seconds. It used to be a full sprint for everyone on a 2-minute cooldown. And people were mad about it because it wasn't as cool as the other options. Exactly. Sprint, an extra sprint is irreplaceable. Whereas an additional way to heal a lot, that's just one more way to heal a lot. It's like, think about it for a moment. If you played like a tabletop RPG, like D&D or something, you would not make a damage dealer like this. Or this. Or this. You would grab Fireball, probably. As a wizard. And unless you had something that was like super specific, that did a lot of damage, you don't need 3 different ways to do a lot of damage. The rest of your spell slots can be something helpful. You don't need 10 ways to do a lot of damage. 1 is fine. Like maybe 1 more in case the enemy is immune to fire. But aside from that, 1 is usually fine. Maybe a few like lower spell slot requirement ones, but you just grab the minimum requirement of spells so that you're like for damage and you're good, and then everything else can be utility. That's Expedient. It's just in the other way. You don't need 10 different ways to heal a lot. You just need ways to heal in the different shapes of healing you need. I need to heal one person a lot. I need to heal a bunch of people a bunch. Maybe if I could prevent damage or something, that would be nice. But after that, you could choose whatever. Expedient is the whatever. And Expedient is amazing. Like, I'm just saying, in terms of dungeons, it's pretty funny that on one hand, I feel like Sage is the comfier dungeon runner healer. But Scholar having Expedient, just having Expedient, really gives Sage a run for its money. Just because Scholar has Expedient. Yeah, pretty much, Bits. I don't know if it exactly went down like that, but I specifically remember that people were mad about Expedient. And then it was the only capstone thing for the healers that got nerfed. And it got nerfed hard. Like, again, 50% on the speed. And yes, Art of War is a gate on 1 at level 50. It is actually really weird to compare the different healers at level 50 in terms of raw potency. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure White Mage wins on damage because of Presence of Mind, but only... I'm pretty sure it only wins if Scholar isn't using Energy Drain. But I'm also pretty sure Sage wins on damage just flat over Scholar, even with Energy Drain. I think I looked over this at some point. The key being that Sage doesn't... Like, Sage's Dyscrasia at level 50 is not a gain on 1. But Doses is better. But Evcration Doses sucks. Wait, like on AoE it becomes complicated. Or it becomes a lot more clear. I'm pretty sure on AoE, Sage also wins. Because they have Flimmer and Dyscrasia stronger than Art of War. But on single target, it becomes complicated. Because you have White Mage with Stone Spam. And Presence of Mind. And Arrow 2 is pretty good. And then you have Astro that is like... I mean, they have Divination. And cards. But their own damage is... It's okay. But I'm pretty sure White Mage wins on that. The problem is that White Mage will probably have to actually cast more healing. This card is a gain on 1 if you solo. Is it? Lightspeed makes Astro a lot better on AoE. Lightspeed makes Astro really good on AoE. The problem is that the Sage and Scholar exist. Right, Doses gets interrupted all the time. That's true. See, I remember we actually had this conversation before. The potency difference between Dyscrasia and Doses is 20. And I remember it was like... The thing is, Sage auto attacks are weaker than Scholar auto attacks. And just off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure that the Scholar auto attacks at level 50 average like 19 potency-ish. Like, about like that. And Sages are weaker. So, like, yeah, if you get interrupted, then Dose is bad. But the key reason why this whole conversation becomes so complicated is because Sage's dot sucks. So even though they have, like, one of the better spammable attacks, I'm pretty sure it's even with White Mage. Which probably gives us the answer. No, Stone is better. And Arrow 2 is 550. And Combust 2 is 600. But Malefic is 150. So Astro is Astrologian's power difference is it has 200 more potency than Scholar's Bio 2. And Malefic is instead of Art of War on single target. And Astrologian auto attacks suck. Like, while we're on the subject, Astro auto attacks kind of suck. I think Combust would, and plus Astrologian's buffs, probably means Astro wins over Scholar, unless Scholar also uses Energy Drain. But that might not actually be enough. So it is like... Point being, it's actually complicated which healer's best for damage at level 50. Now, in terms of healing, it's typically like White Mage just auto-loses because it only has like Benediction for OGCDs. Cure 3, really great, but rarely important. And that means the other 3 healers tend to be the ones that duke it out. And there, I would probably say that Scholar is the safest, most easy to use of the options for some reason. For some reason. Anyway, that's a long side quest. Tier 3 was very good in tier, like in turn 11. Yeah, exactly. It's situationally amazing. Mostly, it's the healer that doesn't have any any good OGCD options. But yeah, right, that was a long side quest. But if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So thank you so much for the support. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat right there. There's also links in the description of most of my videos, actually, and also most of my streams. So if you change your mind later, you can also grab it there. On that server, you'll find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days, such as Reaper Guide tomorrow. And you will also find the announcement room where you will see links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you grab the reminder role in the role assignments room, you'll get a notification when I post a video or a stream, as well as about 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't want any of that, there's also a Ko-fi link in the description. It all supports me and the channel directly so that I can do stuff like this for all of you to enjoy. So thank you so much for the support. And oh yeah, Chloe, good point. But that'll be all from me. That was a lot from me. Was that... Well, it was... I do believe we went to 9, or almost 9, in Palace of the Dead. So it wasn't 2 hours of talking, but about 1, I think. Anyway, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Bye-bye.